know if it was because you were swearing or what.
I don't know.
Somebody reported it because it was perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden it wasn't.
Somebody reported my last live, said it was too much swearing. I should behave myself. Well, we are waiting. I'm waiting for you guys. I can't see you. You can only see me. The only way I know you're there is if you say something. So, hi. The only thing this tells me is how many of yous there are. It only says there's 2, 3 of yous in here right now.
Mine shows 4.
Yes, we are live. Say, Johnny, how we doing? Fuck, I cut too much.
That's what happened at birth too.
Dalton, how you doing, brother? What's popping? Well, we're gonna pop this in a second here. We're gonna light this bad boy up. No, I didn't hear about Challenger, John. What's going on? Don't tell me they went tits up.
By fast freight.
You say, Wiz, how we doing, bro? Stevie, good to see you, man. Tin TV. Hello from Eastern Washington. How you?
Good growth, Piper.
You know what? Steve had a pretty good week. Got a lot of shit straightened out. Got a lot of our affairs in order. Started with the new company. Got everything all straight. The truck's on the road. Actually, I went today. I picked up my first load today, but it doesn't deliver delivers Kansas City for Monday morning, so I don't have to leave till tomorrow morning. So yeah, we had a good week. Very productive. Yeah, we did good. Did really good. I'm very happy with the week. I really am. New hat like that. There we go.
New shirt.
Zach, how we doing, bro? Look at that mother. My son-in-law gave me this one. He didn't have to, but he did. This is a Monte Cristo, an Open Eagle. This is a real nice cigar. Very nice cigar. Mr. Bees, I've been getting a lot of stuff from ET Trucking this week.
What does he mean?
Getting a lot of stuff as in which way? They're not soliciting you. I doubt that.
Oh.
My old post.
The one you did recently, but it was actually from the winter. They
Oh.
only released that one.
I made that video like 4 months ago. About 3.5 months ago, I made that video for ET. And what I used to do is I was under contract with them to give them 4 videos a month, right? So what I used to do is instead of going in and doing 1 a week or whatever, I would wait until the last day of the week or the last week of the month, go in a day early, and I'd shoot all 4 in one shot, and that would take about 5-6 hours. And then I didn't have to worry about it. So when I knew I was leaving and everything, I was still under contract to give them, I think, 4. And I did. So I gave them 4. And now how they release them and what they do with them once I make them, that is in 100% Ronan's call. I have no say in that. That is 100% up to Ronan. And what he does with them is ET, not him, but ET has ownership of them, and they can do whatever they want. So I guess he's just been sitting on them, and like I said, there was four of them for sure. And I know he's released 2 of them, so there's still probably 2 more to come. You might see another one next month. But just know that I shot those, I don't know, 4 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. Oh, Karen, we are hot here. We are hot here. Actually, today's not, right now it's not bad. We've got the garage door open and there's a little breeze going through. It's about 20 degrees. It's not bad. Today was brutal though, and the humidity was off the hook. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, no breeze in Brampton? No, that sucks. That sucks. Well, we got a little bit of a breeze. Actually, we had a bunch of clouds blow in here. We had some beautiful blue skies, and I don't know what happened. There's a bit of a breeze now, and we got a clouds blowing in, but the temperature's down and the humidity seems to have buggered off. So I'm good with that. I'm good. 20 degrees, I'm good with. I got no issues with that at all. You tried to send me a link for the truck called Thor, but they deleted. Who's they? YouTube? Did you send it to my wheel burner? Send it to my email. Send it to wheelburner at gmail.com.
Wheelburner Express.
Wheelburner Express. Wheelburner Express at gmail.com. Anything you guys want to send, like you want me to look at or maybe repost or anything like that, send it to the email. I'll be honest with you. I'm not as attentive to that as I probably should be. But Darlene is. Okay, so she's checking it, you know, usually in the mornings, then at some point in the afternoon. And most of the stuff I will get, she'll let me know about. So, yeah. If there's something really cool you want me to see, send it to the email. Karen's sitting in front with 2 high velocity fans. That sucks. Next 3 days, Dalton is supposed to be, nice, followed by a heat wave. Well, what area are you in, Dalton? I don't want any part of that. I'm going out to Kansas City. I haven't checked. Jane Bray, coming from Vancouver. Vancouver Island, Ontario. Want to hit all the parties. Well, hit them all. Start here and carry on. You're in the mountains of Pennsylvania. Well, Dalton, let's rephrase that. You're in the hills of Pennsylvania. Hey, I don't know. The dog's licking her paw so hard you guys can probably hear her thinking it's, you know. Oh, you guys got to see this. Hold on, I'll turn this just a little bit this way. You got to see this. I'm not usually a red guy. I don't usually wear red. It's not usually my thing. But one of my kids for Father's Day, because I'm leaving first thing in the morning and I won't be here for Father's Day, the kids kind of did a little thing tonight after dinner and gave me my, you know, a couple of little gifts and knickknacks and stuff like that. But one of them got me this. I've not seen this one before. This is the only one of these that I've seen. So that is awesome. That is freaking awesome. Like I said, I'm not usually a red guy. I don't usually wear red, but man, I'll wear that one all day long. Debbie, you're here. IH, how we doing? We're doing really good tonight. We're doing really good tonight. We got a lot of stuff straightened out this week. The truck is running. Everything's good. We're licensed. We're plated. We're deckled. I went up and picked up my load today. Clifton, thank you very much. Back at you if you're a dad, man. So yeah, we had a really good productive week. I'm very, very pleased with this. Couldn't go any better. Unless I win the lottery tonight, and at which point I'll be taking a break from YouTube.
The link won't, tell Mr. B the link won't show up in here.
Mr. B, the link won't show up in here. Who was that? Christine. Hey, you guys. How you doing, Christine? How you doing? I never watched that show, but I never got that. So there's 24 of yous in here. A lot of yous are guys. So on behalf of myself and Darlene and my family, happy Father's Day to everybody. Unfortunately, I'm going to be working tomorrow, so I'm going to tell you all happy Father's Day today. Hope everything's good. Hope you guys enjoy your day tomorrow if you're at home. Yeah, I am. I picked up my load today. I'm out of here tomorrow morning first thing, going for Kansas City. So I am rocking and rolling tomorrow. I picked up the load this afternoon. We are ready to tear it up. Ladies and gentlemen, Curtis is in the house. Yes. Christine, thanks. Darlene's watching that. That's perfect. Thank you. I don't usually talk to her about stuff like that, but yeah, it is. Kansas City's actually a little north. No, they're still in Tornado Alley, but it shouldn't be too bad. I'll watch the tornadoes. Did you see the email?
I haven't when I looked, but I'll post it.
Mr. B's? Yeah, okay. She's going to go check that out, Mr. B. Patrick is in the house. Thanks, Pat. Zach's in Toronto on the home stretch. Well, buddy, you got about 240 miles to go. Keep going. Hammer down. Actually, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock. Yeah, you should be all right going through Toronto at this time. It shouldn't be too bad. Even for a Friday night, you should be all right. Oh, what am I pissed off about? Well, you know what? I'm not. This is probably one of the first weeks in a long time where I've had really nothing light a fire under me. I'm not too bad. I'm a little like shaking my head and rolling my eyes about some of the new shit that we heard about where they're now trying to make the third shot mandatory. I heard that they're also going to try to make it a yearly thing. So it's going to be like your flu shot or whatever, where you're supposed to get it every year. Like there's so much that they're doing now. Like, and this is what we were we were all talking about before, that it's just a matter of time. They've got to this point now. What's next? Well, the next is going to be the third shot. And then what? Then the fourth shot. So I just got the second fucking shot. Do you really, honest to God, think I'm going to go stick a third one? They want you dead. Yeah. Yeah, well, if you're talking about Harry, if you're talking about me personally, if people that want me dead, the lineup for that stretches down the driveway, down the street, and around the block. But if it's just you're thinking about the government, Hey, Greg, glad you're here, brother. No, Christine, we're not. The whole family's decided. Darlene's decided, I've decided. the kids, everybody in our house has decided that if they make the third shot mandatory, it won't happen. It won't happen. And I don't know what the circumstance or what the repercussions of that will be for us as a family, but don't know. Trucking up, glad you're here. Thanks for topping in. So we're not sure about that, but that's not enough to get me fired up. If anything, I'm fired up this week. I'm in a great mood. I am. I'm not pissed. I'm not angry. I'm not nothing. I'm good. I'm just, I want to get back to work. Supposedly Fauci has COVID. Yeah. Trudeau's got COVID. Who cares?
Again, it's so funny.
I saw that. I was like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, how pathetic.
And then you know what he said again? Oh, because I took my shot. I'm not.
Yeah, I can't believe he said that. What a douche canoe.
Fucking,
Yeah, he
that
did it
just
twice.
drives me
Like,
nuts.
He's a total douche canoe. I know. Trudeau actually said, well, it's because I had my vaccines and
You're
everything.
getting ancient.
You're such a
Gray hair
tool.
coming in there.
Oh, fucking-
You really are a tool.
It's
lot.
not.
He really
A
is.
lot.
The trucking.
Yeah. Working for ET for that month just.
Theo, glad you're here, man. Thanks for popping in. A Trudeau rant and it ain't Poop Friday. Brian said it F Friday. Well, you know what? It ain't a rant. I'm just, like I said, I'm in a really good mood. I've had everything actually went well this week. I got nothing to bitch about. How about you guys? Throw your shit up, man. Like, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Like, I've got nothing to... Yeah, Curtis, you're right. COVID will be the new cold and flu. I think it already has. Most people are already looking at it like that. Like, I think of it like that. If I got COVID right now, I would not come unwound or even have a worry about it. Neither would Dar, neither would Will, neither would fucking anybody. It's like having a runny nose and a sniffle and a headache, and you're in bed for a day. It's like having the flu. Except, I don't know. I had COVID and it didn't make me puke, so I didn't do the flu with the puke. We just lose a light.
Mm-hmm.
Something went. I don't know what though.
Holy
Is
shit!
this one? By the door?
Right, do you want me to go get the
Satellite?
book?
Did you pay the
Do
bill?
you want me to get the book? And you
Did you
get
not pay the bill?
I always pay the bill.
Jeez.
Did you want me to get the book so you can show them and ask them if they bought it?
What book?
You didn't see it on her mantle?
Oh, the Fauci book?
Oh, the
The-
Trudeau book? The cartoon, you didn't see it?
No.
I'll go get
Go
it.
get it. Apparently, Dar bought something, as usual, and I know nothing about it. You guys are finding out about it before I do. But Father Trudeau says it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, how many, show of hands, everybody, how many of us here are going to trust what Trudeau says? That's what I thought. How many of you actually put up your fucking hands? I bet you, there's 45 of us in here, I bet you one of you has put your fucking hands up. If toilet paper is trucker galloped, if toilet paper is scarce, I'll buy the Trudeau book. Yeah. You know what? No. Go use some poison ivy. You'll get a better reaction than if you use Trudeau's book. I'm telling you.
Piper.
Yeah. Anybody else see this thing? I haven't read it yet. Lucky for me, it's not a lot of words and it is a lot of pictures.
That's hilarious.
Oh, wow. Okay, we got to read this. You guys, everybody go get this book. Oh.
Hey, don't crinkle my book, eh?
No, he's not a man. IH, he is not. He's a little boy, and he's taking his direction from Schwab. He doesn't have an original thought in his head. He doesn't know how to make a decision. The vaccine makes your bird smaller.
Robin's not here yet.
Well, Dalton, I'm sorry for your luck, pal. I'm sorry for your luck.
I might miss it.
Story time with Bri. You want me to read it to you guys? No. You guys will all fall asleep. Looks like toilet paper. Well, it's not from Trudeau. Trudeau didn't write it. This is about Trudeau, somebody making fun of him. So it's probably actually worth the read.
It's the best seller on Amazon right now.
Dar says it's the best seller on Amazon right now. That goes to show who's, you know, what the mentality of the audience is these days. If a fucking child, if a cartoon book is the best seller on Amazon. Ah. Back in step. Oh, somebody's waiting for a wheel burner. What's that?
I don't know. Oh, it's encyclopedia. And someone else.
I'm still waiting on Brian to write our wheel burner encyclopedia.
What stoogie are you smoking?
Oh. New here. Goddamn bacon. What stogie are you working on? Well, bacon. This is a Monte Cristo. It's called an Open Eagle. I guess it would be an equivalent to like a number 2. This one here, my daughter and my son-in-law brought back from Cuba a couple of weeks ago. They brought me back a whole whack. But this one here is a limited edition. Like this one's from Cuba. And if you're a cigar smoker, this is a really, really nice cigar. It really, really is. It's one of those that's very smooth all the way through. It doesn't change flavors like a lot of other cigars, the blend as it goes through. This one is just straight, I think until I've smoked one of these before. I think until you get about the first ring here, then the flavor will get a little harsher, but this is a really nice cigar. I'm really appreciative of this. This one, I'll enjoy this one. I am enjoying this one. Well, there's 49 of yous and 29 likes. Guys, hammer that button for me, please. Come on.
That's
Do you
fucking.
want that? No, just
Yeah, I wanna see.
imagine.
What are you two doing? Just so you guys know, like Dar's got
It's a cake.
I'm gonna make their first birthday.
Dar's got entertainment here tonight. So Big Willie's here tonight. He's decided to crash in. He's staying till tomorrow. Trucker Gal, Friday woo. Does that mean you had a good week? Hopefully you had a good week. I was sick for 2 days on Monday. Nasty cough. Took my vitamin B6, B12. Short of breath still, but okay, you're funny. Pansy Vaughn, thank you. Hey, whatever gets you looking at the channel, man.
Wonder how hard it would be to make.
But maybe that's his brain was 3 sizes too small. A quote from the book. Greg's on Google, folks. Watch out. Just look up a truck called Thor on YouTube. Okay. You got that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Who's Beings working for? Well, I kept it quiet and obviously didn't tell you guys. And a bunch of you guys did ask at one point where Beings was, and I didn't say a word. See the hat? That's where I work. See the hat? That's where I sent Beans. So Beans is up at KBD as well. He's been up there, what are you at, Will? Like a month now?
Probably a couple months almost. I was with Aaron for a month.
Right.
I've been
Yeah, so he's been up there for about, say, 8 weeks.
Something like that.
Yeah, he's up at KBD.
You must have been glad when you weren't sharing your truck with anyone.
It was nerve-wracking to get my own truck, but it was nice to.
Yeah, have your own
Yeah.
space. And I heard
Because-
about your toilet.
Yeah, and they were putting me doing the same run. So
Look at that, you guys are on fire.
You're doing what? Same run?
The likes are on fire.
That's alright.
Bill C11, I think they're going after the big mouth YouTubers now. Silence free speech. Vikram, I agree with you. I think they are. It will not be long where I think that in order for me to go online, like there's certain things for me when I go online to do a live like this, or when I post a video, there's certain questions that YouTube asks you. Does it have this? Does it have that kind of content? Age appropriate, whatever. And we have to answer all the questions. And it will not be long before there will be a list, as long as my arm, of government regulations that I will or will not be able to do. And there will be somebody monitoring it or policing it or whatever you want to call it. I agree. It won't be long. Some way, shape, or form, it is going to happen. And when it does, you know what? I don't know what we do. What do we all do? Find another platform? Because if they can do it to YouTube, they can do it to Rumble. No, I'm not age appropriate. Look at me, lady. Do I look like I'm age appropriate? Jesus. Yes, sir. Correct. They're doing the same thing in the States. Yeah, Cliff. It's going to happen here. Will you be ranting on Trudeau? Patrick, you know what? The prick didn't do anything this week. He really didn't. For some reason, I don't know, he kept his mouth shut, he didn't say anything, and he didn't do anything stupid. Which probably means he's at home in bed sick. That's the only reason he didn't do anything.
No, he did do something stupid, actually.
What did he do?
He was talking, Pierre went at him again and he kept repeating the same fucking bullshit.
Well, he won't answer any of Pierre's questions. What do you use to stream? I use StreamYard. I don't have StreamYard. Right now I'm just doing this because I'm sitting out in my garage. And it's a nice breeze. So right now I just do straight off an iPad, right? Log into YouTube, do my shit, go right to the live and, fill out the stuff that we fill out and then we go live. So, but we are going to be using StreamYard because we've got a couple other things. We got a couple other things that we're going to be doing and bringing some other people in with addressing with other channels and talking about shit like that. So we'll be using StreamYard as well. What did I miss from Pat? Rumble does not listen to censorship. You know, Greg, the problem is that as long as it's in Canada and being broadcast and it is over the internet, somehow or some way, they'll be able to either turn you on or turn you off. Okay? Yeah, I'd love that, Curtis. James. I'd love that, Curtis. That'd be awesome. I'd love to have him sit around for half an hour, just shoot the shit.
Oh my God.
I love James's perspective on things. The way he looks at things and the way he thinks about stuff. His basic give a fuck factor is 0. And I like the new turn that he's taken over the last week or a couple of weeks that he's not out there to please, he's just doing him. And I like that. I like that. Yeah, Pat's still in jail. Pat's still in jail, but Freedom George got out yesterday. Freedom George was released yesterday. He's on his way back out to Alberta right now. He's in transit, I guess. He's driving out. So yeah, Pat's still in jail. Like, they are just crucifying this poor bastard. They are making an example of somebody that they don't need to be making an example of anymore. Like, their time has come. Their show of force has been there. They've put their chests out. They've beat their chest. They've made the Tarzan call. Fuck off already. Let the guy go. Holding him in jail is doing absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Who wrote that? Patrick. Pat is a Canadian political prisoner. You know what? I gotta agree with that. Or at least the phrasing of that. Because that's basically what he is. They are using him as a pawn. And I think what it is, it's to quash anybody else from doing anything. I heard that, Vikram. I heard that he won't sign anything. Yeah, well, Curtis, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association is trying to sue the government. You got to remember, even the Civil Liberties Union, they've got some dough, but they don't have enough. It's an endless, like, you got to remember, the government and their lawyers or their law team, it's like a fucking bottomless pockets for money, buddy. Like, they could tie you up and run you in circles for as long as they want until you run out of money or until you deem it not worth it to fight anymore. Brad C. put Trudy in jail. Well, you know what? That's exactly where the cocksucker should be. He really should be in jail. You guys think about it, from the day the convoy rolled in until this day here, how many crimes this guy's committed? Okay? You know what? There's so many now that we can't even list them off. Like, this guy's making some of the shit that Trump did look comical, right? And there was people going, you know, Trump should be in jail for some of this, and Trump should, fuck what Trump did. Trudeau is a master, okay? Trump is amateur time compared to Trudeau. And again, you know what? I said this last week. I don't want Trudeau in jail because then my fucking tax dollars got to feed him, clothe him, put shelter over his head. The little prick could probably go to university, come out with a fucking master's degree in fucking whatever, and we'd all pay for it. So you know what? No. You know what we do with him? Deport him. Deport him. Karen, you're right. Jail's too good for him. Absolutely. I give that prick enough of my money, and so do you guys. Okay? We really do. Not giving him a dime. If he goes to jail, no. Fucking deport him. Send him to Australia. Send him to like Zimbabwe. Drop him in a fucking rainforest somewhere. Exile him somewhere and take away his money. Sign me up for that. Like if there's a petition for that, I'll sign it. Send him to the Ukraine. You know what?
He went
He went to the Ukraine. They didn't want him. They sent him out. They sent him back to us. Oh. I really, you know what? I don't know what I would do. I dislike the man that much. I really do. I dislike the man that much. Ukraine, Jason, you're right. Ukraine has enough problems. Why would we put Trudeau on top of all of that? I wouldn't send him to Cuba. The fucking guy, they'd stick him up on a pedestal, they'd make him a goddamn hero. Are you kidding? No. And you know what? I like going to Cuba. Dara and I before COVID, we used to go to Cuba twice a year. We love Cuba. I don't want to go down there and find out the little pricks down there. I like Jason's thinking. There you go. I like the way Jason Craig's thinking there. Well, Curtis, I don't know about that. I can't say yes, I can't say no. But I'm with you on the, I don't necessarily support what's going on over there and the aid and all the money being spent. And, you know, I can tell you right now that there's about 5 items that if I was the prime minister, there'd be 5 items on my fucking list that would be getting taken care of with all that money before the Ukraine would be getting any of it. Goddamn bacon, perfect punishment, make him work full time at Arby's. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. I'd like to hear the words come out of Trudeau's mouth. Do you want fries with that? Or how about welcome to Walmart? I want to stand him at Walmart in Toronto as a fucking Walmart greeter, eh? Yeah? Right on.
Can I shut that? You're so fucking loud.
I don't give a shit. I live out in the country. All I can hear is crickets chirping.
Okay, but at 9 I'm shutting it.
Fine, you can shut it. I live in the country and my mouth is so big. Darlene's sitting there thinking there's a like my nearest neighbor. I couldn't throw a rock and hit their property, and she's worried that they're going to hear me. Oh, you know where I want him? Christine's got the right idea. Christine, I want him at the Timmy's drive-thru. Right? And I want there to be a sign on the thing that says, when you drive up, says, serving you today will be Justin Trudeau. And then he comes over the squawk box and says, hi, this is Justin. Can I take your order? Oh, fuck, that would be epic. I like the way you're thinking, Christine. There's too much corruption and collusion going on in the name of politics. And it's nice to hear crickets, to be honest. Can you guys hear those? That's why I live here. That's why I live here. Like we used to live out by the end of Hamilton there. We used to live in Waterdown. And I got so sick and tired of like people walking, like cars up and down my street 200 miles an hour, and you know, fucking kids running all over my lawn. And not that there's anything wrong with kids, because I got kids too, but you know, when you live in like a suburban and it's so busy, I love this. Like my biggest problem like right now is like,
There is no problem.
yeah, exactly. I don't have a problem. Is the crickets are too loud. Send him to China. No, he admires China. Train station. Train station. Yeah, Debbie. Love the show. Love the show. I'll just shut up here for a minute while Dar gives you guys a real estate rundown in the
Someone
area
was
we live
asking.
in.
Someone asked.
Yeah, I know. I'm just, yeah.
And you have no clue, so.
Curtis, I love kids too. I got 5 of them. I got 5 daughters. We've raised 5 kids. I love kids. But you know what? It comes a time like it's 6 or 7 o'clock at night on a Saturday. You know, you want to sit out front on the porch with mama and you want to relax and have a Dr. Pepper, and you know, you got 30 kids from the neighborhood all running all over the place. 400,000 is not too bad in today's economy.
It's not that many around here for that. But
There's not too many around anymore. When we came up here 3 years ago, there was quite a few of them around. You could be in the 400 area. Now they're starting to, not even slowly, I guess over the last 2 years, they've started to, they're going up. Nothing you can do. Any Christina Aguilera fans out there? Well, I'm not going to say this out loud, but yeah, I don't mind listening to her. I think aside from Whitney Houston, I think she's probably got the largest vocal range of any woman singer.
Somebody wrote something to you about their first trip.
RSF001. Hey Brian, I just finished my first trip with my trainer, Winnipeg, Indiana, Ohio, and home. Good for you, man. Good job. And how'd you do? What'd you think? Don't give me a story. Don't give me the long version. What'd you think? How'd you do? Everything good? Well, Curtis, if you like to cut grass, you're welcome to come up and cut a whole acre of it. I got a riding mower. I'll give you a cold beer and you can ride the riding mower. Go for it. Oh, trucker gal, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. She's Canadian, and I'm proud of the fact that she's Canadian. But, I don't know. I don't know. Clifton, Adele is a fantastic singer as well. But I still think Christina Aguilera, just her, she can bottom out, almost like the old blues singers can, and then she can't go as quite as high as like Mariah Carey can, but she can hit the high highs. And then she's one of the only few that once she gets into the middle and she does it, she's got that growl. Like she's just so super talented with her range. Whitney Houston was another one. I just, you know, I liked listening to her. And then who's the other one? Who's the other female that I really like? Who's the other one I really like? Who's the other Canadian girl? Not Canadian. Oh, I hate to say this, but Lady Gaga.
Also, Shania is.
Well, Shania's, yeah, Shania used to be my hall pass when we were younger. Shania was my hall pass. Dar gave me a hall pass that if I could ever get Shania to agree to go to bed with me, Dar would let it happen.
My dad loves
Unfortunately, I didn't get my hall pass. Wizard, you're probably right. Lucky for me, I've got the property to plant lots of gardens. I've got enough property here that I could probably grow enough, put enough gardening out there. I could grow enough food to sustain us if I had to. But it is sad. Alicia Keys. I don't mind Alicia Keys. She can sing. She's a really good singer. Alana Miles. Seen her 100,000 times. You've never used a riding mower, always pushed? Well, this is nice. I got a nice John Deere cup holder, you know, the whole ball of wax. Just drive around, cut the grass, smoke a cigarette. If you smoke dope, there's enough out there you could smoke a joint while you're riding the mower. It's not like they're going to charge you with drinking and driving on your lawnmower if you're on my property. Yeah, Dar's never touched the lawnmower. She's never been on that lawnmower. The lady down the street rides hers. There's another lady over there. She rides hers, but Dar refuses to learn how to drive it. Actually, you don't even drive it. You fucking ride it. You just put it in fucking forward, turn the engine on. It's got to turn a key like a car. Cutting grass, smoking grass. Well, I don't advise that you smoke the grass that you cut. But, hey, knock yourself out. You want to come up, you guys all want to come up here and take turns mowing my lawn, riding my lawnmower? I've even got the trailer to go on the John Deere, so one of you can mow and drive and put 3 of you in the trailer with a bottle of booze. Knock yourselves out. Have a good try. It's a John Deere. What's wrong with John Deere? It's not like I chose it. It's not like I went to the store and bought it. The guy across the street from me, he bought it brand new and then decided to sell his house and he sold it to me. I got a brand new John Deere fucking riding mower for $1,000. To buy that brand new at the store, I was into thousands. I'll take a brand new John Deere for, well, it wasn't even 1,000, 900, wasn't it? $900.
Yeah.
$900 for him.
Giving it to us for 7, I thought. Like cheaper or something, I don't know.
What I'm gonna do, trucker gal, when this one burns out, because it's got the I was gonna say the 6-liter engine. Yeah, my riding mower has a 6-liter engine. It's 14 horsepower or something like that. If you take the blade off it and you change the gear in it, oh man, they're fast. You can have a lot of fun with that around here because there's really nothing around. You can drive around on your lawnmower. You know, when I do the front of my property, I go down my driveway, I go out on the road, do some figure 8s and drive around and then come back on and finish the other side of the property on the other side of the driveway. And oh, wow, man, it's awesome. John Deere is made in Turkey. I don't know, man. I've picked up a lot of John Deere equipment out of Iowa. I think there's a plant in Des Moines and there's another one. I don't know. I've picked up a lot of John Deere out west. If we had another acre, what I originally wanted when we bought this house is I wanted a smaller house, right? This is a bungalow and it's 5 bedrooms. I wanted a smaller house and more land. If we would have had I wanted the 10 to 15 acre size with the smaller house. And that way Dar could have her kennel, she could have her chickens, she could have her goats, she could have her, what else you want? You wanted an alpaca, she wanted an alpaca. You got 15 acres of land. You could have all of that.
Remind me of Will, like my alpacas.
What? Well, now she's got a pet Will. But with only an acre of land, you can't really do that, right? We've got the dogs, and the cats. So we can't really do that with, you know, I'm not putting an alpaca.
Don't get pissed if I pee in your leg.
Oh my god. If you ever peed on my leg, I'd just like murder you.
Curtis, that's a jammy run. If you can run from Stony Creek to Iowa, to the John Deere plant, there's 2 of them in Iowa. I know one for sure is in Des Moines. I can't remember where the second one is. But yeah, that'd be a jammy run. That'd be a really nice run. I will not be in Ottawa for the Epic Canada Day. I think Dar.
What? What do you mean?
What?
You're not working that day. It's no work. It's a holiday. It's a Friday.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'll
Working by myself.
probably be rolling in. I know that Dar wants to go, and it would be great if I can wing it with work. Obviously, I'm just starting at this company, so I got to get back into the swing of way things are. But yeah, I'm going to try to definitely be there. Are you guys going to be there? Greg, you going to be there? If you guys if you're going to be there and I'm there, I want all of you to definitely come say hi, because you know the cameras will probably be rolling and you'll end up in a video. But I really, really want you to be there. Hey Jen, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. So if you guys are, like I said, if you guys are in Ottawa, any of you are in Ottawa, definitely come say hi. You know what I look like. I stand out. So it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Or they could hear you.
I need to grab a cigar too. Go get it. I'll be here. Go get it. I'll smoke a cigar with you, Jen. Jen, I'll keep this live going for 4 hours.
Oh my god, no.
Jump in the car. Come on down. We can sit there. We can both sit out here and we'll smoke one. I cannot come to Canada. They want you to get these strange shots. Yeah, well, now that I'm going to be going back into the States, I'm going to be taking all you guys up with all those invitations. North Carolina, Washington, Montana, every one of you guys that invited me to your houses. I'm gonna remember all of you, and it's just like, all right, who am I going to visit today? I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll be crossing. Actually, I'm crossing at Port Huron, so that's Sarnia. Oh, too late, Jen. Too late. I'll be crossing to Sarnia, so I'll be running through Michigan, Indiana, Illinois. So if any of you guys are in any of those states, I'll take a free meal all day long. Jen, I had no choice. You obviously know that I took the first shot and ended up with the blood clots. But I had to break down 2 weeks ago and get the second shot because I couldn't sustain it. You'll still let me visit then. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll make a meal and we can go fit. You know what? I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Yeah, Curtis, well, if I have to choose between the two of them, I'll choose Sarnia all day long. I can cross Detroit now. I used to have issues at Detroit, but I'm good now. But if I have to choose between them, I always tell them cross me in Sarnia. If I get lost in North Carolina, just ask where Mr. B's is. Rockford, Illinois, Old Rock Bottom. Well, you know what? I can probably run through there. I can take the 94 to the 80, or run the 80 out to Des Moines 55, and that would take me through Rockford, would it not?
Who's there? I'll make you uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, Robin, he's sitting over there with the squirrel. Dar sent me that.
No, he's a squirrel.
Yeah, I
The
know.
fucking bare knuckles.
That was awesome. Robin, that was awesome. Don't ever do that again. Oh my God, that was fucking wicked, man. Yeah, Beans is here. He's sitting over there. What is up with those beavers? What the hell is that?
Yeah, I don't even know what's happening with oh yeah, he
Okay.
got this weird thing happen to him. And then the wife had something too.
Who?
Justin Bieber had something like wrong with his face.
Justin Bieber has something wrong with his face.
Yeah.
And this
They-
impacts
they
my
think-
this
they
impacts
think-
my life
they
how?
think it's from the shot.
Oh, well, I don't know. Hopefully it's not from the shot. I hope it's not, but
Mr. B is asking you how is the trucking industry.
Netya. Is that how you say that? Hello. Netya Adrian.
That is good. Hold on.
I really apologize if I butchered your name. Netya? Netya. That's a beautiful name anyway. Hey, Will, they're talking to you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. It's not updating or something.
You want
you
to?
have to like.
Oh, there. Yeah.
You want to sit here?
No, it's okay.
You sure?
No, I'm good.
You positive? They want to talk to you.
Well, I'll answer here.
He doesn't want to move his butt in case something comes out of it.
Thousand Islands, I think when you say Thousand Islands, I think you're talking about Alexandria Bay. That's my favorite one for scenery. Absolutely. Sault Ste. Marie, I don't like it because, actually now with KVD, I don't have to pay the $50 to cross. How did Beans get his name? It's because I trained Beans when we were at ET. And on the very first day we met each other, he actually gave me a gift, and it was in a can of candies. It was in a candy tin, and it was one of my favorite candies. And I opened it up, and there was stuffed with paper, and there was a can of fucking beans in there. And just so you know, I ate those only ate those last week.
Well, it's about damn time.
Yeah, it is. They've been in there about 5 months.
They don't expire very quick. The bacon beans.
Well, Debbie, back in the day, she wasn't such a doorknob, right? Back in the day when she was like super popular and she was still married to Mutt, it was, she wasn't a doorknob back then, but, now she's not so much the hall pass. I don't think I have a hall pass now. My hall pass is sitting right over there. The girl of my dreams is right there. I don't need to go. I don't need a hall pass.
I got worried there for a second. I'm like, don't be.
No, not you, fuckhead. But $20 is $20.
Oh my God.
You pull $20 out of your fucking pocket, you're leaving. Get out of here.
At least he's not pulling anything else.
You
out of his
fucking
pocket.
said.
Hey,
You want to see my bare knuckle? Or?
no, I don't want to see your bare knuckle. Get away from us.
I don't
This is what happens. You live in the country. When you throw your guests out, they got nowhere to go. They just sit in your freaking driveway. Oh. Yeah, I think it was Robin that gave you the name.
Yeah.
I'll make you uncomfortable. Was the one that gave you the name. You were Beans and I was Knuckles. Remember?
Yeah, from your jeans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, but it was Robin that gave you the name.
beans.
Beans.
you did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, full credit goes to
Well-
I'll make you uncomfortable for that.
Yeah, because you called me something else. I can't remember.
I don't know.
Squirt or something.
Squirts.
Yes.
His original name was Squirts.
Yeah.
Curtis,
Yeah.
like whatever he said, I'll do it for 19.
Whatever he said, I'll do it for $19.99. Jesus Christ. What you people will do for money. I'm telling you. Brian, who's that? Dude, you're plugged into the electric grids now. No turning back. Yeah, I'm screwed, aren't I? Oh. Can you guys hear those crickets now? Listen to that.
That's pretty loud.
It is loud.
Yeah. What these guys don't know is I've got a little Mexican over there with one of those cricket machines making. What is it with you? Okay, everybody, if you want to show Dar your dick, it's got to be over 2 inches. So Robin, you're out. Curtis, you're up. What do you got, bud? Got Debbie's attention.
He dopes you. He wants to stop by.
Somebody said earlier, did I hear about Challenger? Is there something?
They said what it was.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What was it?
Somebody bought them out or something.
Somebody bought Challenger out?
Or vice versa. I forget.
I wouldn't be. I don't know if somebody else would buy.
Oh, Curtis and you are the same, honey.
What is?
I hope that's inches, Curtis, not centimeters.
He was talking about getting back in the swing of things. I'm like,
Wheelbarrow Express, when you go through the Sioux, message me.
Oh.
I will do that. We do quite a bit of northern Wisconsin, and we run 17 up, and we run right through the Sioux and cross at the Sioux. So I got no problem with that. Fast Freight bought Challenger. Are you kidding? That's National Fast Freight? Trucker 1015, that's National Fast Freight, right? I'll be honest with you. I don't. Who said that? Curtis. Yeah. I don't. I was about to say the same thing. I don't know if ownership of Challenger would sell that. And if they did, man, I want to see the price tag they got. I'd be love to know what the price was. It's just not. I just know it as Fast Freight. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. I wanna know who did that. I'd be willing to bet you a Challenger for that price tag. I'd be willing to bet you I'd be 78 million. No, it'd have to be worth more than that. Have to be worth more. Transforce bought QuickX for 300 million, and Challenger has got to be twice the size of QuickX. So I don't imagine, and Challenger is their facility in Cambridge is second to none. And the other properties that they own, it's got to be more than 78 million. If QuickX went for 300 million, I don't know. Yeah, I know Challenger. I don't know what it is now. I stopped, following them and whatnot. But Challenger used to be a top-notch company. They really did. They still call me every couple of years. We got a phone call from somebody there or an email because at one point I called their recruiting and I was making some inquiries. I went in there, I sat down and spoke to them and everything. So I don't know what the deal is, but they keep it on file and they call you. Yeah, Curtis, 1,500 trucks and 3,000 trailers. That's got to be the case. So that's three times the size of what QuickX was. I think QuickX was only 500. So yeah, Challenger is along the same size of what TransX would be. I think TransX is 15 or 1,800, something like that. And I know that CN bought Transex, and the price was around $1 billion with a B for that. So, yeah, Challenger did not get bought for 75. I don't think it got. Yeah, Fast Freight, we know if they bought them. What we're trying to figure out now is what the hell they paid for it. Curious question, is there a baby formula shortage in Canada like there is in the States? Not that I know of, bro. Cliff, I don't know. I really don't. Mind you, I haven't bought baby formula in a while, and I haven't seen nothing on the internet or anything on the news. Mind you, I don't watch.
Well, I'm answering the question because you're just a male and you don't know.
Okay, Dar's answering your question for you. Yeah, well, Elgin, yeah, okay. Elgin is owned by Challenger. I think Challenger now has, what, 4 divisions? Right? They got Elgin, then they got the garbage hauling, they got the flatbed and oversize. They shut down their oversize. They're not doing oversize anymore. Debbie's under a tornado watch, so she's going to jump out. And the weather's getting worse. Well, you please, Debbie, be careful. I need to see you guys next week. Can't have you guys getting taken out by tornadoes. I know that, Cliff, I know that you guys are suffering a DEF, like the DEF fluid that we use in our trucks. I know that the Americans are suffering a shortage right now. You've got, J's and Loves and Petros and TAs running out of DEF fluid. We don't have too much of that problem right now in Canada, but I know that you guys are. I filled my DEF tank here in Canada, so I don't need to worry about it. Lodwick, yeah. Elgin, Lodwick, Baker, Sandrock. I didn't know they bought Sandrock. Baker out of St. Catharines.
You can wear it and take a picture.
Yeah, Challenger has a lot of divisions. They got garbage and flat. I think they're winding down their flatbed division, though, Curtis. I was talking with a guy that's been there for a few years. They closed down their oversized, so they're not doing oversized and overdimensional and heavy haul anymore. They sold off a bunch of their heavy spec trucks and everything. So I know they got out of that. From what I understand, I think they're looking at getting rid of their flatbed division. Christine, where are we? I'm right here. I live up in between Napanee and Kingston. If you go north, if you go dead center between them and you go due north out into the country, that's where I am.
Bean's mom on here.
Oh shit, is Bean's mom on here? Hey Beans, is mom on tonight? No?
Probably not.
No.
She might be. She probably would have said something else.
Yeah, you're right, Curtis. I think, well, they've got drive-in, they got heater, and they got reefer. I know that their reefer division is very profitable. Christine's in Muskoka. Nice area. Nice area. Mind you, when you think of Muskoka, you think of mosquitoes and black flies. You guys got mosquitoes up there that qualify for Weight Watchers. I mean, Jesus. No, Greg, I got the pool. The pool is up and operating. Everything's fine. We've only had 2 days of hot weather, so it's not warm enough. Another day or so of the warm weather, it'll probably be warm enough. But we had to drain it all the way down, finish and scrub it and scrape the sides and clean it and pump it all out and then fill it back up. And because we're on well water, so it's fresh water we filled it with, it's cold. It is cold. So, and I don't have a heater on it. It's not worth it just because we're on propane out here, and it would cost me way too much to heat the pool with propane. It just really would. So it's not worth it. So we have to rely on the sunshine to heat it. Look who popped in. There's Callie. There's Callie. Where you at, brother? You home? Christine, you should see the spiders. We got spiders here. We've got spiders here that'll take away a small cat. You know? Brian, do you remember Kenmore Transportation in Ayr, Ontario in the early 2000s? I do not. Kenmore. No, I don't. Yvette says hi. You give Yvette all my love. Tell her I said hi. What are you guys doing in Toronto? You down seeing the kids? There's Yvette. Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint. I don't have a rant tonight. Sometimes I think that you guys tune in. They tune in just for me to rant. They crank me up, and then boom. Any brown recluses? No, we don't have brown recluses. No. Oh, mommy and daddy time. Good for you guys. Bigger than tarantulas? No, but like we're talking some decent sized shit here. That where's the one? We've got the one in the corner of the just outside the garage where the horse fence is. There's a decent sized web in that corner, and the spider's got to be something about that size. And anything that flies in there is done, absolutely done. Challenger took most of their drivers and dispatchers and started another company. I know a couple of companies that are like that. What's Trueboy? Trueboy got bought out by Contrans and then did the same thing. The ownership did the same thing. Your rant is our therapy. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. No rant tonight. Like, I'm in a great mood. You guys can try to piss me off if you want to. I just don't see it happening. I got a good cigar. I got Dr. Pepper. Your spiders are way bigger. Well, you know what? Then fucking you keep them. I don't want them. Listen, I don't want a spider that if I'm not paying attention is going to take a limb. Forget it. I remember IFS. International
Which is the one that Mike did Burlette works for?
IFS.
Oh, it is.
No, it's IFS, yeah. IFS. Yeah, I have a friend of mine that works, he's the director of operations of IFS. Sheila, he's here. He's safe. He's clean. He's been fed.
Yeah, clean. Yeah.
Yeah, not
Well,
anymore.
I can't make the clean thing. He hasn't had a shower yet, but he's safe and he's okay. He's been fed. He ate everything on the fucking table except for the table.
I tried the table.
He tried to lick his plate.
Your mom is way too cute. Capitals.
Will is one of these guys that when you tell him, hey, yeah, stop over for a night, come on in and have some dinner. That's when you empty everything out of your fridge that's been sitting in there for like 2 weeks and all the leftovers and all the shit. You throw it in the microwave, you warm it up, and you put it on the table, and you invite Will over. Gone. Fucking gone. All you've got is 12 empty Tupperware containers that need to be washed. Done. Deb, you got lightning. You know what? It's really funny. It is really, really funny because I'm looking at the sky here, and we had some clouds blowing in, and now the wind has picked
The
up.
wind is really bad. Actually.
Yeah, we had a breeze, but now we're down to, you know, we're not down to, we're up to a really nice wind. We're blowing some trees around and overcast with some dark clouds. I don't want your crap, man. I don't want you guys storms up here. We've had enough. We got it yesterday. Debbie, be safe. We'll see you in a bit when it passes. I started today, Callie. I went and picked up my load. I'm going out to Kansas City for Monday morning. I'll be leaving tomorrow. I'll be leaving my place here tomorrow morning with it. Trucker gal, you're absolutely right. Dar and I love to sit out on the back porch and watch it. Absolutely love it. We love to sit there, especially when you get the long rolling thunder rolls and then you get the nice lightning strike. Gorgeous. Lights up the sky. We love it. Thanks, Callie. Appreciate that. I really do. Christine, good night. Thanks for popping in. Yes, we do. We have a fantastic view off the front of our property, and it is pointing due south. And off the back of our property, we have an awesome view as well. It's one of those that, like, where we're situated, we've got north and south views. And we can see for miles in either direction. It's absolutely awesome. So when we get a really good lightning storm, if it's off the front of the house, we've got a big porch on the front. We can sit out on the porch in the front and watch it. And if it's to the north, we can sit out on the deck. We got a great big deck off the back of the house, and we can sit out there and watch it there. And we love it. Like I said before, we love it. Stay in the right lane and you'll get 9 miles per gallon. Thanks, Coach. Mr. B, talk to you later. Thanks for popping in. Curtis, Fast Freight bought a big percent of Challenger, making them majority owner. Challenger will operate independently still, making Fast Freight the largest privately owned company in Canada. Who owns Fast Freight? It's individual. It's owned by an individual. It's not publicly owned, right? So is it a person, a single person, or is it like a conglomerate of guys like investors? I know that before CN bought Transex was the largest. We're gonna lose power?
The light is going.
Eh? I know that before CN bought Transex was the largest privately owned carrier in Canada, but now CN owns it.
She was asking how your week was.
Sheila, my week was very, very good. Very good. Very, very productive. I'm very pleased with the way my week went. The truck got done. Everything went well. KBD took care of the truck as fast. They had plates, decals, and everything done, registered and everything faster than, like 3 days. 3.5 days, they had it all done. And they had a load ready for me to go when I got up there today. I just had to hook the truck to it and take off, and I brought it home. So I couldn't be happier. Right now, I'm a happy man. Yeah, I saw that. That was awesome.
He's so happy. Did you see that other guy that looks like a...
Who is the largest carrier in Canada right now?
That's this ugly KVD symbol.
Public it owned?
He's an owner.
I don't know who the largest carrier. I think TFI, Transforce, is the largest carrier. Robin, are you playing with your cattle prod again? TFI, I think Transforce is the largest carrier. I don't know privately owned or publicly owned, but I know that Transforce is the largest. They own fucking everything. No, Transforce is bigger than Bison. I think Bison's number 2 or 3. Transforce is so big now, they're out buying up U.S. carriers. I can't remember. Jeremy and I were talking about it the other day. He had a list or something of U.S. carriers now that Transforce is buying up. Transforce is massive. They get their freaking hands in everything. Yeah, well, they own UPS Ground. They don't own the air division. They only own the ground division. CFI and UPS are owned by TFI. Yeah. Oh yeah. Transforce owns Laidlaw, Contrans, UPS Ground. They own CFI. They own a lot of shit. Like they own Paul Hodge Trucking. They're all that's a tanker division. They own a couple other tanker divisions. I swear to God, they've got their hands in just about everything. Everything. I think the only company they don't want is KBD because it's just too small. Thank God. I don't want to work for Transforce. I think TFI buying Laidlaw was a mistake. Laidlaw had style back in the day. Laidlaw had, well, I don't know if they would say if they had style. Laidlaw back in the day was the second company I ever worked for. I went on there, at that time they had, an oversized commodities division, it was called. And it was specialized oversized freight. It was all the ugly, gross, nasty freight that nobody else wanted to pull. They had a division of us guys that would pull that stuff. And it was really cool. Well run, no bullshit. But that was back in the day. I think Laidlaw got bought out over 10 years ago now. Laidlaw, because I think Contrans bought Laidlaw and then TFI bought Contrans, which then took everything, right? Miller Transport is the Irish mob. I think TFI by, yeah. Dog food sucks to haul. Yeah, it does, because when you have to go in the trailer and clean it out or sweep it, it stinks like hell. You know, the other thing that sucks to pull is chocolate. You might think, oh, chocolate would be nice. When you put a load of chocolate into a reefer, close the doors for 3 days, open those doors, it stinks like shit. Go to a chocolate plant. I guarantee you won't have the same love of chocolate ever again. Chocolate does not smell good when it's being stored. When did the rates in Canada go down? Well, the rates haven't dropped a whole lot. They've come down a bit, but not a whole lot. BLM was run by the Hells Angels back in the 80s and 90s. I don't know. I'd have to look that up. I'd have to make a phone call and find out about that. You know what, Curtis, if that be the case, then you'd definitely know better than I would. Zach, hey bud, I'm past Port Hope. Not gonna make the yard though. Only got 2 hours, 34 minutes. Port Hope to the yard. Do you have room for a second truck? I've got me and Will here, so that would be a third. So sorry, bro. Port Hope to my house is 40 minutes. My house to the KBD yard is an hour and a half. So that's 2 hours and what? 30 minutes. 2 hours and 30. He'd get $200 bonus for every scale they bypassed, and boss would pay the speeding tickets. Yeah. Good place to work. I heard, does heavy haul pay? It's going to suck if they have to be governed by FSMCA. They're already slow. Imagine uphill. Well, Trucker Gal, yes, heavy haul pays. It pays really well. The problem with it is it's not consistent. A lot of guys can't make a living doing it. So they have heavy spec trucks and they have their trailers. They can pull heavy, but they end up pulling a lot of general freight as well because they can't get steady work in heavy haul. Pike, come here. And the reason I know this is we did this. So that's the problem with that. But as for the speed that they drive, most of the time when you're pulling heavy haul or oversize, you need permits. And on the permit from whatever state you're in, they dictate the speed you can drive. Like for example, if you're in Texas and you're oversized, the speed limit is 80 miles an hour, you can do 80 miles an hour. Texas is one of the rare states where you can do that. But Michigan is 50 miles an hour. 50, depending on your weight and your size, it's either 50 miles or 55 miles an hour. They take it down. Indiana, I think, is between 55 and 60. So whatever state, you go state to state to state, and once you cross that state line, you've got a new permit for that state, and you have to abide by the permit. And that permit is usually a bunch of pages about that thick, and you have to read them all, sign them, or sign the permit, and then you have to keep that on hand for whatever state you're in. And usually, whatever state you're in, whether the lights are on or not, you have to go into the scale. If there's nobody in and the scale's closed, you just drive on out. But if they're in there, you have to go in and take your paperwork in and let them look at it. Oversize and heavy haul is good money. It's a lot of fun. I had a great time doing it. I've pulled everything from buildings to massive equipment to booms, everything, all that kind of shit. I've pulled everything, had a great time. It is fantastic.
No.
Fantastic experience. But, you know, you just think about it. A regular trip from, say, Toronto to, say, Texas, let's say Dallas. Toronto to Dallas is, what, a 3-day drive by truck? You know, when you got oversized permits, that's now a 4.5-day drive. So you better be getting paid really well because you're going to be taking extra time to do it. Curtis, I look at BLM today. They've got some of the nicest equipment on the road. They've got some of the nicest equipment on the road. I loved it when the contracting companies running garbage in Michigan were hauling 120,000 pounds, and boy, did they get financially slapped for that. I don't know. I think those garbage containers that who is that? Hiltz? That's another division of. I think that's the garbage division for Challenger. I think those guys are 5-axle trailers, so they can put 120,000 pounds in those going over to Michigan. Why Michigan takes all of our garbage, I really don't know. I've never inquired, but they sure take a lot of it. Trucker Gal, hell yeah, is right. I love doing it. And if it was one of those things that would be steady, I'd still be doing it. I love the challenge. I love the challenge.
Hey there, the place.
BLM, they ran black Kenworth T600s and W9s with 12.7 Detroits and 13 speed. That is badass. That is bad. I'd run that today. I got a friend of mine, Jeremy. He's got a 15 or a 16 Volvo. He's looking at cashing that in and buying like a late 80s, early 90s Pete, just to get away from the deaf. And he's looking at doing some local work with it. I don't blame him. If I was doing it, I'd do the same thing. Hiltz was bought by Challenger, and the Freightliner in St. Catharines was their drop yard. Yeah, I thought so. They pull, that's all they pull, eh? That Hiltz is they pull garbage. And they got 4 and 5 axle trailers. I know on a 5 axle trailer you can put over 120,000 pounds in that. And I think in Michigan you could probably put that on a single axle. Have I ever transported an excessive size load? Patrick, do you mean like an oversized load, like that hangs off the trailer? If that's what you're talking about, yes. Yeah, I've pulled the rings, the windmills you see out in the field. In between each stage, there's a big ring, and usually the ones I was getting, they were 16 feet wide. I've pulled 16 feet. I think that the biggest thing I pulled was an actual shack, not a shack. It was technically it was a building, and it was 19, almost 20 feet. It was 19 and a half feet wide, 16 feet long, and it was 14 feet high. And that was probably the widest thing I've pulled. But yeah, I pulled everything. I've done like the combines. Like the big John Deere combines, I pulled those. I pulled just about everything. Just about everything. Equipment is the easiest thing to pull. If you can pull like the combines, the tractors, all that kind of shit, it's easy to pull. You're throwing your chains and you're done. This morning, Robin, got pulled this morning. Take it easy, Matt. Have a good one. Trucker gal, she's got 7,000 pounds of go-karts. Oh, you're breaking my heart. Nice. I've pulled an RGN, yeah, IH. Actually, with the company I was with before ET, we had they only had one, but whoever got the load would be pulling a fucking RGN. Yep. Escort vehicles, yep, we've had escort vehicles. Anything I think over 10 feet in the States, I think needs an escort. In Canada, I think you can go up to 11 feet, but you need a blanket permit for that. You guys are off. You guys are off it. Patrick, how's it done? Hold on, I gotta go back and see what the hell we're talking about. Patrick, how's it done? What, the oversized, pulling oversized? Like I said, I really wish that I could land a deal with a company that had steady work for oversize. I would in a heartbeat. I would drop everything I'm doing. I would have my own authorities. I'd buy another couple of trailers. I'd buy a 53 fat. No, oversize does not pay weekly. Trust me. Actually, I've been lucky, trucker gal. Anything that I've pulled oversized, I've never had anything hairy. I think the weirdest shit, or the weirdest thing I've had happen is I was talking about those rings. They're 16 feet wide, right? So they're hanging off. It's hanging off equal sides off the side of the trailer, and you've got escorts with you, but they're only I think 18, 20 inches high off the deck of the trailer. And I had a 53-foot step deck, so it was down low, right? It was on the bottom of the step deck. And I was only permitted, I picked it up out of Norfolk. It came off the crane, right off the boat. They took it right off the crane and placed it right on the trailer. They put special blocks on the trailer. And they put it on, and then you secure it. You have to use straps to secure it. You can't put chains on it. Once it's secured, the speed limit for that was 55 miles an hour. It was as fast as you could go. But every time you take a small, you're driving down the highway and you go around a bend or something, because it was so flat, it was almost like having wings on the back on my trailer, that the thing was, the shit was teetering like this. So you're like this, and you're looking in the mirror, and you're going, holy Christ. At one point, I thought, like, it was going to touch the ground. It didn't, and it didn't even come close, but that's the way it was. IH, oversized for the most part, not always, but for the most part, pays well. Yeah, Sheila, he's sitting right here. He's playing on his phone.
Mom's asking for stuff.
It looks scarier, trucker gal, when you're looking in your mirrors, it looks scarier than it is, but it wasn't. Like I was on the radio with the escorts the first time it happened, and he's going, no. You've got plenty of room. But to me, you're watching it go like this. I'm worried it's going to hit the ground. Mama wants to see Beans. There he is.
Watch her not be paying attention.
Oh, she said hi.
Will, we used to pull Curtis. When I was working at Transax, we used to pull Dell for Dell computers, and those loads were secure, safety secured. They also had to be locked. You couldn't leave your truck. You'd pick up your load. The load was preloaded. You drop the trailer. They take it in. They load it. They close it. They seal it. They bring it out to you. You sign for it. It's photographed. It's videoed. And then you drive it, and we would bring them up to the Transax yard in Mississauga, and they had to be secured in a secured gated area. And yeah, they were about $1 million. $1 million is what that load was worth. Thankfully, we never lost one. We crashed one. One of the Transax drivers crashed one. Wasn't me. Yeah, they were worth a fortune. I don't like pulling anything with $1 million in my trailer. That's like putting a goddamn, you must put a target on your back. Crash X, yeah. Yeah. At that time, when I was with Transax, I was Transax first, then DeckX, but I was at the Aberfoyle yard, and it's a massive yard, and at that time, Transax went from Volvos, and they started buying the 386 Peterbilts, and I had a 386 Peterbilt. And those guys up there were crashing those trucks fast at such a fast rate that I had free parts for a year. Every time it would get dark, I'd take my flashlight, my toolbox out, and whatever I needed for my truck came off those trucks. That's how fast they were smashing up those trucks. Transax smashes a ton of shit.
Clearly.
Fucking nasty.
I asked Brianna's boyfriend, and Brianna gave me shit. It's like, Mom, can't ask him.
Oh, I asked if he...
Transax Challengers hazmat loads are basically non-existent nowadays. I don't know. When I was with ET, we ran hazmat. We ran hazmat on flatbed as well. We used to pick up this stuff out of, where the hell was it? It was out of Illinois, just outside of Chicago. And it was a chemical, but it was a powder, so it was in super sacks. But it was hazmat. It was placarded, and it was hazmat. We used to pull that, but their ET is fully certified for that. They pulled a lot of hazmat shit. He's got the cheapest crash. He's got a $7,000 crash. in the early 90s, grocery suppliers' trucks got hijacked for cigarettes on the load. They changed the trucks for all white to incognito. Yeah. I used to, I did a really quick stint for a company called Pro North. They got bought out by Titanium, but they had a really big beer contract with Molson's out of Mississauga. And they used to load them, floor load them, cases of beer. Floor to ceiling, nose to tail. And they were 4-axle trailers, van trailers, heaters. And I hated pulling that. First of all, I didn't drink. Second of all, it was heavy as hell. And third, like every time you pulled out of the Molson factory, it wasn't the plant, it was a warehouse. And every time you pulled out of the warehouse, it was like you were looking in your mirrors to see who was following you. A lot of the high value stuff, I really don't like. Total cost of the accident was 60 grand. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. That's pretty cheap. I could write off, I could probably write off just the front end of my truck and be close to that nowadays. Robin, you need to go pull your cord. Go pull your cord and then come back later.
Oh dear God. Well, we know you're not back up.
Not that way.
Oh my God.
12 and up.
I'm gonna send you.
I drive a 2011 Pete triaxle roll-off. Nice. No def, just a filter. I love my truck. I haul garbage, concrete, and rubble, asbestos, dirt, and flatbed equipment. That's a cool job. That's a nice truck. How do you have no def, just a filter? Is that did you delete or did it come that way? Because I'm pretty sure that 2011s were def by then, weren't they? Were they not? Karen's back, guys. My brother used to haul a lot of Menard loads and Uniroyal wire back to Ontario.
Okay.
You know what, trucker guy, I love flatbed. I really do. I love doing flatbed. I had to give it up because physically I've had to give it up. Just my back can't take it. Shoulders couldn't take it anymore. I just physically, it's just, you know, you work hard on a load and by the time you get it tarped and then by the time you get it chained or strapped or whatever, and then you get in the truck and you're going to drive 500 miles. It's just, after doing that for so many years, it just takes a toll on the body. And I just had to give it up. Now I'm pulling vans. I got no problem pulling vans. And with KBD, they do flatbed and they do vans. And I did tell them, I was honest. I told them that, you know what, if you're running short on a van load and all you've got is a flat, I'll take it. I'll run a load anywhere they want to go. I'll do a flatbed load once in a while. Do I like tarping in the winter? No, nobody likes tarping in the winter. Especially up here. You know, there's nothing like, you know, especially the worst thing is if your tarps get snowed on, then you get a warm day and it melts and they get full of water and then they refreeze. That's a bitch. And rolling them up in the wintertime, you know, when it's minus 25 and you get them off the load and say you got, let's for example, use a load of bricks. So it's nice and square. You pull the tarp off the load and it still wants to hold the shape because it's frozen. It's a bitch. It's a bitch.
Aaron loves it.
Karen loves what?
No, Aaron loves it. Tarping?
Aaron loves tarping? Yeah, well, Aaron likes the money.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
loves them.
Well, then why do you think we all do flatbed? Because you get paid more,
Yeah.
right? You know what? Flatbedding is not for everybody. It's a different breed of people that do it. I just happened to enjoy it, and I liked it, so I did it. You know, after over enough time, you pull enough different things. It's a really good challenge. any other hobbies other than a pool cleaner? Oh, well, I smoke cigars. I play Call of Duty.
That's about it.
You know what? No, not really. I try to, you know, keep busy with the channel and Dar. I don't know. I don't have hobbies per se, like fishing or.
You know, you used to play baseball.
Yeah, I used to in the summer I used to play baseball, like men's slow pitch league and stuff like that. I've given a lot of that up just again. I think with the new company that I'm at now, I think because I'll be home every weekend, I'm gonna take up golf again. I do enjoy playing golf. I didn't mind. I was pretty good at it at one point. So, and Dar wants to actually play, so that's something that Dar and I can do as a couple. So Dar's we're gonna start golfing once I get into a rhythm here and get going. Oh, okay. I didn't see that, guys. Yeah, sorry, Curtis. Good catch, Curtis. Sorry, guys. You guys are typing too quick. I'm just scrolling through here. Donald's here. Hey, Donald. Thanks for joining us. You know what? I just want to get a pair of those really bad John Daly pants. Those khaki, goofy golf pants. Actually, I want to get a pair of, what are they're not capris.
Yeah.
You know the ones I'm talking about, the old-time British golfers used to wear, right? They come down just below the knees, and then they wear that cap, that tweed cap, and they got that goofy. I would love to put that shit on and go golfing.
We're gonna get divorced.
Dar's going, so we're gonna get divorced? She sits on a leaf pack, no bags. Oh. Hey, Vince. That's a rough ride, bro. You might as well take the air seat out as well and throw a fucking milk crate under your ass.
What kind of phone do you have?
Samsung. It's Type C.
How come am I supposed
All I
to
have is Apple.
see it?
It's Apple. You probably don't even
Just
have
come
one.
in for a second. I might do something for it.
Your phone dying?
Yes.
You didn't bring your charger, did you?
Oh, what a fucking dog.
What a dink.
Just bring your charger.
Who goes and visits somebody and doesn't bring their phone charger?
It's the first thing I grabbed.
Oh, are you? Oh, well, that's your own fault. Andre, thanks for stopping in. Oh, Donald, I don't have a problem with that. I used to play, and we're going back years and years ago. I had an ex-girlfriend whose dad was one of the vice presidents of the Royal Bank, so they had time, like booked time, on a lot of different golf courses around Ontario. And one of the courses I got to play quite a bit was Glen Abbey in Oakville. And we used to golf like twice a week, every Saturday and every Sunday. We'd run 18 holes on Saturday and 18 holes on Sunday at different golf courses. So I got pretty good at it, and I actually enjoyed it. I don't mind golf at all.
Want to switch it up, Ryan?
No, we're good. You see many mosquitoes?
My God. What?
Fuck. That's what happens, eh? Hey, Sheila, you want him back? Sheila, if you're still in here, you want him back? I'll send him back to you. He's been here for 3 hours. He's already irritating the shit out of me.
What's our dream vacation? We have very different ideas on dream vacations.
Greg, Dar and Brian have different ideas of dream vacation.
Your mom misses you.
Golf is like a giant-sized pool table. You're right. It is. It is. If you ever want to hear a good explanation on what golf is, Robin Williams did a really, you've seen that?
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Robin Williams did a really good explanation of how they invented golf.
Fucking amazing.
Watch it. I promise you, you will laugh your ass off. It is absolutely fantastic.
If you don't laugh, you're not human.
That is true.
I think they should put a DD15 in a W9. I think that would be a really good idea. I think I would like that. Trucker Gal, go check that out, man. When you're done here, go check that out. I promise you will not be disappointed. If you like Robin Williams, and I do, go check that out. Carlin did a good one too. I didn't see that. And I do like George Carlin as well. I didn't see that one though. Robin wants to know where your nightie is, Will. I don't know where his nightie is, but I know he usually wears a slip while he's driving.
Amazon's still delivering it. I'm waiting on it.
Oh my God.
Have I seen the picture of the 5700 replacement? No, I haven't. Is it out? Okay, never mind asking. Obviously, it's out if you've seen it. Do you like it? I like the new Western Stars, believe it or not. I do. I'm a fan of them. Is it like croquet? Greg, do you play croquet? Yeah, I've added pads to the seat and lumbar. Yeah, I bet. Dude, if you're riding around on Leafs, you might as well go buy that new, what's that new Boss seat that we saw that was like fucking $7,000.
It's a little crazy.
Didn't they rip down Glen Abbey? I don't know if they have. It's been a lot of years since I've been down there. I'm not sure. It was a fantastic golf course though. I loved it. Dream vacation, visit the Western Star plant.
That's not my dream.
That's, I think I'd rather go sit on a beach in the Caribbean. You see, Dar, what, did you give them your dream vacation? Dar wants to go to Europe. She wants to do the whole tour. She wants to fly to England, then go to Scotland, then go to Ireland.
That's not my dream vacation though. I
What-
want to go to Iceland.
Oh, she wants to go to Iceland. Me, no, I don't. I've no desire to go to Europe. She wants to go. Dar's been to Portugal before, so she's seen part of Europe. And nah.
Your mom's.
Night, Sheila.
Tell her good night.
We'll tuck him in.
Get over there and say good night to your
Go
mother.
say goodnight to your mother here. What's the matter with you?
Good night, Mom.
We're giving them shit.
I
I'm
know.
telling you.
My phone's dead. It's not my fault.
Alexander wants to go to Italy.
Yes, I'd like to do that.
Yeah, Dar wants to go to Italy. I don't.
What's it?
People call me crazy,
Ryan
but
just wants to
I have no
see
desire to go
it.
to Paris or to Italy or to Portugal, Spain. There's nothing in me that wants to see that. Darlene does. She wants to go, and I've told her. I was like,
I wanna go to
find a
Canada.
gay friend,
Right.
take a gay friend with you, and
Gay
and
friend.
go.
This is my gay friend.
Will's here.
Except he's not gay.
Hey.
You know what, Curtis? It's upstairs in the house. I'll
Do you want me to get it?
yeah. You want to go grab my phone for a sec?
Oh, bones are creaking here.
I don't want to go to Italy. There's nothing there I really want to see.
Like, Brian, you're coming to Italy. That's it. That's
Dar's going. I'm going. Patrick, you're talking. I like Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Cuba, Dominican. Actually, the problem with a lot of the islands and a lot of the Caribbean now, they're becoming too Americanized. Like they're becoming too. You can go to the Dominican now and go to Starbucks, and you can go to, you can see McDonald's and fucking, Subway. I don't want to do that. I like Colombia. Funny, remember a couple of weeks ago I said my two oldest kids, they moved to Mexico, right? They decided to say fuck government and they fucked off and went down there. As it turns out, they've now transported themselves. They're in, I was talking to my oldest daughter today, who's back in Canada. She's coming up to see me next week because she's coming in for Father's Day. But I was talking to her today, and I was talking to my next oldest daughter last week. They are now in Medellin, Colombia. And that's where they're living. And they were in Tulum. They were in Tulum, Mexico, but now they're in Colombia. So
Here, show them our cootie.
no, you show them your cootie.
This is my cootie.
You know what Rob's gonna say.
Of course.
Oh, Jesus, Curtis, that's gorgeous.
You guys stay on mommy's lap. You can't run around.
I'd drive that all day long, man.
What?
This is the 5700? Yeah, I definitely. Here, I don't know if any of you guys can see that. I know the picture's crappy and it doesn't do justice, but trust me, these are gorgeous.
He says it's ugly.
I love it. Look at that headlight.
If you want to run around.
No, I like it, man.
You're gonna go back in the house.
I like it. I'm assuming it comes with the Detroit, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I know that they're made by Western Star is owned by Freightliner now. It has been for a while. So yeah, it's a Freightliner chassis. It's a Freightliner suspension. It's Freightliner everything except for the cab and the hood. I think the interior, the last Western Star I saw, the interior, the new one, they're still a little classier. They've still got a lot of the wood grain. They've got a lot of the nice shit inside of them. They're not like for example, my Cascadia, everything's plastic, 100% plastic. Even the wood grain is fucking plastic. But yeah, I think the new Western Stars still have. They're trying to hold on to the Western Star look for the interiors on them, and I think they're nice trucks. The 122 SD, that's their heavy spec truck, eh? That's the Super Duty. But the 120, it has the Western Star interior. I haven't seen it, Curtis. Be honest with you, I haven't seen the inside of one. I know that they look beefy as hell on the outside. I like the look of them, but I have not seen the inside. Yeah, Trucker Gal, I had that in my Volvo. I had a 730, and I had the dinette. So it would go down as a bed, but then you could bring it up, and it was big enough that Darlene and I could sit there at the table and we could eat dinner. No problem. We could have a full dinner, dinner plates, everything on the table was big enough. It was really, really comfortable. The problem with it, or the challenge with it, not so much the problem, but the challenge with it is you got to take your bed apart. Right? So you got to fold up all your sheets, your comforters, your pillows, and all your shit. And I didn't have an upper bunk. So I didn't have somewhere to put it all, right? So you'd have to stack everything on your driver's seat or your passenger seat. It was just a pain in the ass. So it was a really, really cool novelty to have. And when Dar would come out in the truck with me, we'd use it. But when I was out by myself, I rarely used it. It's like I said, it was now if I had the upper bunk, I might have actually just left it set up and slept up top, but I didn't. So, but it was great. It was great. If you've got one and you're using it, enjoy it. Yeah, it's a Coronado with a Western Star interior. The next time I get closer to one, next time I get closer to one, I think I'll check that out. I like the trucks. Yeah, all Volvos do. Like I opted in mine not to have an upper bunk because I had the 730, so I had a mid roof. Like it was like I could still stand up and put my hands up. It was still high enough, but yeah, I didn't have the upper bunk. Most Volvos, when you order them, you can have the option to have the upper bunk taken out. You don't have to have it, but I think for the most part they come with it. If you don't want it, you have to tell them to take it out. I know for a fact that mine had all the hardware like on the wall, like on the back wall and everything. That if I wanted to, I think we priced it out. It was going to be like $900 or something to have the bunk put back in. So I never did. I didn't need it. I never ran team, and the bed was big enough that when Darce came with me, we could both sleep on the bottom comfortably. So it was a little tight, but it was still comfortable enough that two people we could sleep there. What is the nicest foreign trucks? I think the Scanias. I think the Scanias. I like the. Excuse me. I like the Scanias. The Mercedes. Mercedes has a real nice one. They fully discontinued the 49. My uncle tried to order one, and they are only making it for certain things, and it'll eventually be phased out.
What?
The 670 is way too small. Yeah, it is.
Go in 'cause that cigar
It is.
I'm gonna go inside and monitor.
Okay.
Just because your cigar is killing me.
The 670 is way too small. Even the new ones, the 760s. Take pipe, Gar.
Pipe.
Even the 760s, in my opinion, are too small. The Volvo, if you're talking about Volvos, you got to have the 780s, or now it's the 880s back. That was a big long nose. Yeah, you need the bigger ones. I like space, like, and then the way I consider space and what I consider space is I like to be able to sit on my bed comfortably with my feet on the floor, and my feet aren't between my seats, right? I want my seats to be up here, comfortably up here. So I want to have almost like living space for between the back of the seats and probably about a foot and a half, almost 2 feet between the back of the seats and the side of my bed, right? So that when you close your curtains, you've still got room to stand up and move around. I know with the 760 and the 670, if you close the curtain and you're sitting on the seat, basically your knees are touching the curtain. Yeah, just like a ladies' nightie. You're right there, Robin. I don't know, Don, I don't know if they were better on fuel, just with the different configuration. The Volvo body style really hasn't changed in probably the last 15 years. The Kenworth 86 Studio is amazing. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I've got a couple of friends that got them. Callie's got one. I got another friend of mine. He's got one. They're phenomenal. And then if you get them with the couch configuration, oh, they're awesome. Yeah, the 82 inch with the Western Stars. I think it's what it's called. It's called the Stratosphere, is it not? They're gorgeous as well. That's luxury. That is luxury. When Will and I were pulling out today, there was a W9. It was the side of the door said Sharp Transport, and it was a company truck, and it was a W9 with a studio. And we're looking at this thing, and the bunk on it was, of course, massive, and it was just a beautiful truck. And I looked at Will, and I said, like, if you're going to live in your truck, that's probably what you would want to have. You would definitely want to have something that size to be comfortable in, especially if you're going to be doing reset after reset after reset. If you're doing 3, 4, 5, 6 resets on the road before you're going home, you probably want, something like that for comfort. Oh, I've got one here. I've been dropping it. I'll take it. Drop.
Ooh.
I'm not shaking. I'm not opening that one. Thanks. Yeah, it's been out a long time. I think the only thing, honestly, Curtis, that the Volvo has really changed on their body style is their headlights. The headlights have changed. I think they sloped the nose on a few. They gave it another couple of degrees of a slope. But other than that, they really haven't changed a whole lot. I know they're aerodynamic as hell. Big money for one of those studios. Well, let me tell you, Don, for a W9 with a studio, and if you get all the bells and whistles and the toys and everything on it, with tax, you're close to $300,000 Canadian. I can't tell you what they're getting in America, but I know that I did a video. I just had a quick on. But there were 265, and that was without the studio. So with the studio, I think you're close to about $300,000 for a W9 with a studio fully loaded. Like if you get like the APU, the block heater, the engine heater, all that kind of shit, the 8-bag suspension. Yeah, 300,000 is probably 250 to 270,000. That's still a lot of chunk. That's still a big chunk of change. I know for a new Cascadia, like a 2023 Freightliner Cascadia, those things now are pushing to between 210, 215, and 220. You know? Well, yeah, that's exactly why if you own something like that, you better be fucking living in it, because you can't afford $300,000. Dude, for $300,000, I can go buy a cottage. Less than that, I can go buy a goddamn cottage. Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Actually, I don't know, because I'd be too afraid that she'd hit me with that lasso and I'd have to tell the truth. I'd be fucked. I would. That's a tough call. I'm almost afraid to ask you, trucker, why you're asking that. I can't get this thing lit. Hey, did you guys go check out Trucker Gal yet? I told you guys, I think last week or the week before, go check out her channel. Go check out her channel. She's got, and if you're trying to be healthy, go check out her channel as well. She's got some really good tips about staying physically fit and ways to do that while you're in the truck and while you're working. Definitely go check her out. Now, don't expect me to do that. Are you crazy? I'm not making fitness videos. Not a chance. Studio would be good for a single guy looking to retire early. Yeah, you're right. Trucker Gal had a drinking competition with James Best, this guy Trucks, and a few other guys, I think. Who won? Who won? Trucker Gal, I don't know if they went down 16%. Your number could be right. I know that the price is slowly, the bubble, the trucking bubble, I know that it is starting to collapse a little bit, especially in Canada. If you look around at a lot of our dealerships right now, they're starting to have new equipment back on their lot. Like for the last year, you can't drive past a Volvo, Peterbilt, Kenworth. all their parking lots are empty. Even their used equipment is gone. Everything is empty. It's like you could play hockey on the parking lots. But I think if you look around now, a lot of the dealerships up here, you will see you'll see equipment, new trucks back on the. Now some of it's probably been ordered already, and it's probably been it's spoken for, but it is starting. I do understand that. Yeah, it couldn't last forever. So yeah, I imagine the price is going to slowly start coming down. Well, trucker gal's giving the old big arm pump here. I think she's bragging. I think she's trying to subtly tell us that she kicked their asses. Come on, gal, tell us the truth. Who won? You were there. Yeah, Dawn, just like personal vehicles, I agree. Like I said, my brother, he works at a Chrysler dealership in Calgary, and like they're still waiting a year. If you go in and buy a 1-ton truck or any of their pickup trucks, it's a year's wait because of the chips and all the shit and all the stuff. But it is slowly getting better. Like I think it was a year. Now I think it's down to like 10 months. So, you know, is that better? Yeah, it's better. Come west, London dealers have stock. I believe it. I believe it. I've been, like you guys know, I've been running the East Coast, so I've been out to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and all the dealerships that I've been passing through Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and everything, all of those are starting to see equipment again. Every one of them that I used to see empty now have new equipment. So I would imagine the bigger dealerships in the Toronto area, London, Kitchener, a lot of those guys are probably getting equipment again. I mean, the last time I was out that way was probably about 6-7 months ago, and there was nothing on expressways. Like on the 401 there, Expressway Volvo, there was nothing on that lot. I think they had a couple of old Hinos, like the 1-ton box trucks, fucking Hinos. There was a couple of those, but there was no equipment. 990 and W9, they've got both. Well, they may have it. Can you afford it? This cowboy can't. Bassomatic, yeah, we were. My Darlene and I, my wife and I, we went in on the first day. We were in on the first wave. We were parked right on Wellington, right in front of the Parliament buildings. Parked my truck. We went in with the truck. So yeah, we were there. We were shooting videos from down there. Yeah, well, after 9.5 months, yeah, well, not only would the DEF system be shot, but all your seals, gaskets, anything with rubber in it, you're gonna have to change. It'll in that amount of time, unless they were out starting those trucks and moving them around regularly, all the seals, gaskets, anything with rubber, anything like that, it's all shot. It's all dried out, done. You probably get one at a good price because they know that you're going to be back in 2 weeks and have to have probably 60% of all the seals and anything with a seal and a gasket, you're going to be replacing it. Yeah, when I was off for 3 months, I had my truck sitting in the driveway, and I'd go out usually once a week, but sometimes twice a week. I hated to have to do it, but I would start it, let it run for half an hour, and then up and down the driveway, then down this back and forth up and down the street, just to keep everything lubed. Okay, guys, Curtis has a theory. I feel like all future long-nose trucks will have a condo sleeper like the W990 or the X49X. I don't think the 990 comes with the studio yet. I think they're releasing those in 23 or 24. I don't think they have a studio. I think the sleeper's a decent size on them. I'll be honest with you. When I was at the truck show, they didn't have a 990 down there for us to climb in and climb around. But they're good looking trucks. I think they are. But I haven't seen the inside. I've been able to stand on the running board and look at one while it was locked, but Trucker Gal, I was checking out Cash's King's channel and he mentioned Elon Musk having some influence on the changes coming. I wouldn't be surprised. Elon Musk is at the point now where he's pretty much unstoppable with the amount of wealth that he's amassed and the direction that he's going with a lot of the things and side projects that he's into. Dude, he could topple a government. If Elon Musk wanted to, he could topple a government. So it's a T680 with a long nose. Well, I don't know, because you can get a 680 with a studio. Right? I think the reason that the W990 doesn't have a studio yet is because it's not a unibuilt. It's a solid body cab and bunk. Right? Whereas I think the W9s are cab separate, bunk separate. Like there's still a divider in between, right? It's not all one solid piece. So that's what somebody was telling me why the 990 doesn't have the studio, but they are making one for it. And like I said, it's going to be either 23 or 24 when it comes out. And brother, I don't want to see the price tag on that. A 990 alone is, you're close to 300, and now you're going to put a studio on it. Curtis, you're correct. You know what? I'm looking at the thing now and I'm going, you're right. T680, not 660, is the 660. You're right. The 660 has the studio. 680 never got a studio because I think the 680 is a solid body as well. I don't think there's a break. I think it's bunk or sleeper and cab all one piece. The W900 has dual air cleaners outside. Yeah, it does. I used to love that on mine, especially with the 60 series. You'd wind that thing up and you could hear that hissing coming from the whistling coming from those filters. Loved it. Loved it. Wouldn't that be something like a breath of fresh air? Yeah, it would. I'd like to see the day that you could get a W900 to run 8 miles to the gallon. I really would. I'd love to see that day come, but it'll never happen. Just my humble opinion. I have a photo of a W9 with no external air filters. Where'd they put it? It must have been sitting right on top of the block inside. That's the only place I could think that they'd put it. Why can't the W9 get 8 miles to the gallon? It's just not aero. I don't think it's, again, it's just my opinion. The day may come. I never thought we'd see the day when trucks were getting 8 miles to the gallon now anyway, but you know, they are. But just aerodynamic wise, you take a W9, it's like pushing a brick through the air. There's no aerodynamics to it whatsoever. The 990 is a little bit more aerodynamic, and I think that's what they tried to do. They tried to take the rough edges off the W9, and I think that's what they tried to do with that. But the W9, it's just, it's too blocky. It's too square. It's too, you know, there's not a single like curved edge on it anywhere to run the air around. It's just plowing through the air. So I just don't see it. Yeah, that's what I'm Don. Yeah, of course. 8 miles to the gallon under full load. You can take you can take a W9. I know Callie's got a W9, and I know that he gets 8.5 miles per gallon pulling an empty trailer. Sure. He's not getting 8 miles to the gallon pulling a 40,000 pound loaded trailer though. You know, the best he's doing right now is he's at 7.1, 7.2, something like that. High 6s, low 7s. Basmatic, I sincerely thank you and your wife Darlene for representing in Ottawa. Maybe this is getting old, but it really brought tears of joy. Well, you're very welcome. And let me tell you, hey Rick, let me tell you, I would do it again in a minute. I really would. I don't regret a single thing we did down there. I don't regret a single thing that was said down there. Aside from watching my children be born and getting married to my wife, it was one of the proudest things in my life I've ever done. I met some of the best people I've ever met in my entire life down there. It was the very first time in my entire life where I saw every single type of person from every single nationality that spoke, I don't know how many different fucking languages, and nobody was fighting. Nobody was fighting. We were all down there for a single cause, and we were doing it arm in arm. Everybody was a brother and they were a sister, and you know, like I said, one of the proudest things I've ever done in my life, and I don't regret a single minute of it. Again, do it in a minute. I would do it again in a minute, and like I said, I've met a lot of people. I have this channel, and most of you guys, as a result of that. Right? Because the world tuned into what we were doing, and I just happened to be in the right place for that couple of weeks, and I had a camera and I was showing and I was talking, and a lot of you guys found it and tuned in, and that's how we all kind of met each other, and that's why you're watching me now. So, you know, I have you guys to thank for the channel, really, and it was me being down there that was able to make this happen. And again, like I said, I'd do it again in a minute. I have zero regrets. None. It was, Trucker Gal, it was very hysterical. Historical. It was hysterical at times, but it was historical. It'll never be done again on that size stage, in that, you know, at that size. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It was great. You know what, Curtis? You're right. It brought out the best in the people and brought out the worst in the government. Okay? It brought out the best in Canadians, the people of Canada, because it wasn't just the truck drivers that were down there, Curtis. It was us as drivers, but we couldn't have done it without the support of the people that were bringing us food, bringing us fuel, bringing us water, bringing us, you know, bringing us everything. There was well, not just as many, there was more people there supporting us than there was of us down there. And they were treated just as equally bad as we were. They were trampled, they were hit, they were bullied, they were, you know, pushed around. And so were we. But they got the shit end of the stick because we did, because they were there supporting us. And we couldn't have done it without them. Like Darlene and I went down there. I can't pack 2 weeks worth of food into my truck, you know? And once you were parked, if you left, it was very hard to get back in. So, you know, you had to have the support staff, and the people down there were awesome. The first 2 days we were there, I don't know, because we were making videos of it. The first 2 days we were there, people were constantly, all we heard was bang, bang, bang on the door. And people were handing us care packages, food, sandwiches, hot food, Timmy's cards, fucking money. There was a guy walking around with a wad of $20 bills, just putting one in every trucker's window. Here you go. Here you go. The flying potatoes in the house, boys and girls. You know, and you're right. The Prime Minister didn't talk to us. That's all we wanted. We wanted this prick to come down and talk to us. That's all we wanted. And like I said earlier, it brought out the best in the Canadians. It brought out the best in us. It showed what the people of Canada, from coast to coast, didn't matter what color you were, what language you spoke, what nationality you were. It did not fucking matter. We were all there as one. It was fantastic. And then it brought out the best in us, but it also brought out the worst in the government. And that was led by Trudeau and his sidekick there. What's her face? The Deputy Prime Minister. I can never remember her name. She's just twat waffle. That's the best I can come up with. He's the douche canoe and she's the twat waffle. That's the best I can do. So, but it sucked for us, but it brought Trudeau out onto the world stage, and God, you guys all saw what happened. You guys all saw what happened. He got crucified. He got crucified. Freeland. Thank you. James, thank you. The 780 has a heavy steel sleeper. I don't think it's all that heavy. I had a 730, which is the mid-roof, right? It didn't have the condo on it. It wasn't that heavy. Wasn't that heavy. It was. They're reasonably. I think the Volvos, the fully loaded Volvos, are actually lighter than my Freightliner. It really was. Yeah, it was 14 days of history. It's never going to be, and this is, again, my opinion, I don't think it's ever going to be done on that size and scale again. There may be convoys, there may be this, there may be rallies, but I don't think what we're going to see when you turn on your news, you turn on your TV every night at 6 o'clock and you're watching the news and they're showing the pictures from up top of the whole scene, like the whole Ottawa Parliament scene. You'll never see that again. I hope maybe someday it does, but I don't think you will. And I'm honest to God, I'm proud to say that I was there for I was part of it. My wife and I were both part of it. And I've got the support of my children. My children, you know, we came home after my kids went out to the 401 because we went down to Toronto and we joined the convoy in Toronto to go to Ottawa. So we bobtailed from here down to Toronto. My kids stood out on a bridge on the 401 in the pissing down fucking rain and snow and cheered us on. And there's no better feeling in the world than to have your children say, you know what, Dad, Mom, I'm proud of you. And my kids did that. No better feeling in the world. Absolutely none. To have your kids tell you how proud they are. It's, you know, it's nice when your mom or your dad says, son, I'm proud of you. But when your kids say that to you, you're doing something right. And you know, we didn't, you got to remember, we didn't expect this to turn into this either. We really didn't. We went down there not knowing what to expect, but we didn't expect this to explode the way it did. We really didn't. We're so happy it did, and we're glad it did, but I didn't expect that. Not even close. Yeah. Curtis, I don't know how many times I can tell you that I had it brought tears to my eyes while we were doing it. And then while we were down there, and then when we finally came out, we went back. I think 3 or 4 more times. We went back while it was still going on. I can't tell you how many times that I would see something going on and it would just bring tears to my eyes, or my eyes would water up. It was so proud. Yeah, Andre, I wouldn't pay $300,000 for a truck. Bro, I'll be honest with you. I'm quite happy with the Cascadia. I don't need that kind of comfort, and I'm not ready to spend that kind of money. There are probably about 30 things on a list that I would spend $300,000 on before I would buy a $300,000 truck. Now, don't get me wrong. If I hit the 649 tomorrow night, I'm going right down to Kenworth. You know, I win 10, 15, 20 million bucks, I'm going to buy one. But with what we're doing these days, no. You know what, Debbie? As a Canadian, I'm proud of what we did, but not only of what we did, we lit the fire under the ass of a lot of, because there was worldwide coverage on this. And not only was there worldwide coverage on it, it sparked convoys and other people from Australia all the way to fucking Alaska. Okay? It's phenomenal. It was worldwide. We started it. This little convoy that started out west, worked its way to Ottawa, blew Ottawa up. Yeah, we started it, but you know what? The world grabbed hold of it, and that's proud. Yeah, we were called the small fringe minority. That is awesome, eh? No small fringe, as Trudeau said. No. Yeah, well, Curtis, I'm just saying, if I won, $30 million, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit how much the freight is. I'm just out there driving it because I love to drive truck at that point. They were surprised, eh, Don? That the little country of Canada, and when I say little, I mean population. I don't mean that. I don't mean like the little landmass of Canada, but the little country of Canada sparked this off. There was convoys everywhere. Yeah, Curtis, I got like Pats over in Germany. They had them there. They had them Germany, Spain, Portugal, Italy, everywhere. You name it. There was a goddamn convoy of some size, shape, or form. Australia had a really decent sized one. Yeah, it's honest to say, it's fair to say that when the Canadian people have had enough and they put their mind to something, you're not going to beat us. You're not going to beat us. We really are a determined bunch of fucks. We really are. You know, don't mess with our hockey. Don't mess with our beer. Don't mess with our Tim Hortons. And if you mess with any of those three, you'll have World War III. And don't mess with our freedom. And although they messed with our freedom and they're kicking our ass right now, who knows what's going to happen. Debbie, you know what? They did it the best they could, but they didn't know. The organizers of this and all of us that were involved in it, we were flying by the seat of our pants. Right? Let me tell you, when I started in Toronto, there was organization. There was team leaders and escort leaders and convoy leaders. But once we got to Ottawa, everything broke down. There was very little organization of where we were supposed to go and what we were supposed to do. Because when we first got there, believe it or not, the Ottawa cops were friendly. They were directing us as to where they wanted us to go and where we were supposed to be set up. Right? But there was very little communication with the convoy. And once all of that got into place, it just took off. We were flying by the seat of our pants. It was just like, holy shit, what do we do now? Well, let's go here. What do we do now? Well, let's go there. It was great. I can't live without Tim Hortons coffee, double or triple with sweetener. You know what? I'm the same. I hate to say this, but I'm a Timmy snob. I can't drink Dunkin'. I can't drink Starbucks. I can't drink, I drink coffee at home here because we got a coffee pot, but it's Tim Hortons coffee. Now, it's not the same as what you get at Timmy's, but it's as close as I can get. Donald, you know what? You're right. It's kind of funny when you think that a bunch of truck drivers got together and half-assed it, and they were better organized than the government was. Or still is. A bunch of truck drivers, a bunch of no-name truck drivers half-assed a convoy, pulled it off on the world stage, and they did it better than an organized government like Trudeau. What does that tell you about Trudeau? What it tells you about Trudeau is truck drivers should be running Canada. Truck drivers should be running Canada. Deb, I don't know why. I don't know why you guys weren't able to pull that off down there to be on the grand size. Because realistically, you guys, the Americans should have been able to basically make what we did look small. Only because you got the numbers. Only because you got the numbers. You guys got so many more drivers than we've got. More trucks on the road. And yes, it's hard to organize. It really is. My hat's off to the people that organized the Ottawa, or that did their best to organize it. So organizing it on the U.S. scale it must be like a logistical nightmare. But I don't know why you guys couldn't have half-assed it and pulled it off. I don't know what the problem was. The Ministry of Transport should be truckers, yeah. Clifton, I agree. That's what pissed off Trudeau. He looked out his window one day and it was beautiful, snow-covered Parliament, Wellington Street, cars driving up and down. He went inside and had a piss, came back outside and looked, and there was 300 trucks parked out in fucking Wellington. And thousands of people all over the place. He blinked and all of a sudden, this is what happened. It was disorganized. The American convoy was totally fucked. It was the same people that did the ELD convoy. That was a nightmare too. You know what? You could be right, Curtis. I think a trucker should be in charge of the Department of Transportation here in the States. I think a trucker should be in charge of the Department of Transportation in just about every fucking country. Oh, Patrick, he was taken by surprise. Why do you think he hid? He didn't know what to do, what to say, where to go. Nothing. You put a professional truck driver, and some of you are not going to agree with this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You put a professional truck driver and a professional dispatcher. I don't mean one of these half-ass monkeys that sits in a fucking chair and goes like this and goes, okay, go to Toledo. I mean a professional dispatcher. You put them in charge of the Department of Transportation, you'll have some well-organized highways, let me tell you. Donald, you're right, but that would be even harder to do than the convoy. Because I'm going to be honest with you, when the convoy, we didn't expect to be arrested, smashed, banged, and threatened and turned into criminals. Okay, we really didn't. And we also didn't expect it to go as long as it did. Most people were thinking, okay, this is maybe a week, tops. Nobody was thinking it was going to go on for fucking like multiple weeks and on and on and on. in order to cripple Canada, you'd have to park every truck in Canada, or you'd have to park most of the trucks in Canada for a minimum of 4 days. 3 days really, but let's just, to really hurt them, you'd have to go 4 days. Most of the truck drivers today, especially if they're owner-operators, company trucks won't park, right? If a company driver says, well, I'm parking your truck, and we'll just use, Laidlaw. If you're a Laidlaw driver and you call Laidlaw and go, okay, I'm parking my truck for 3 days and you're a company driver, you're fired. They'll terminate you, right? As an owner-operator, if you're going to park your truck for 4 days, a lot of us can sustain. We've got enough to sustain ourselves for 4 days and cover those expenses and you'd be okay. But most of us don't. Most owner-operators these days, unfortunately, are running paycheck to paycheck, statement to statement. They don't have $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 in the bank just sitting there to cover that kind of thing to happen. If they all did, it would happen. It would happen. I guarantee you, if every driver wasn't worried about losing their job, and if you're an owner operator, you weren't worried about not being able to pay your bills, it would have been done already by now. It would have been done fucking a year ago. The problem is that is the problem. A lot of, or most of the owner operators can't cover those expenses. They're worried about, and you got to remember, owner operators, they don't have to give you a week's notice. They can terminate your contract, boink, like that. That's what they can do. As a company driver, for something like that, they can fire you for that. They'd probably have to go through the, oh yeah, we'll write you up or whatever, but if you're parking their truck for 4 days, I'm pretty sure you'll be unemployed. Canadians should drive to the #1 highway and line the ditches all the way to Ottawa. Well, you know what? That wouldn't be a bad idea. Again, who's gonna do it? I'll be honest with you. Right now, as an owner-operator, I own my truck. I'm leased on with KVD. If this was to happen right now and they said, okay, guys, we are parking our trucks for 4 days, I'd have to seriously fucking think hard about it. And I'd really have to look at my finances after what we've just been through over the last couple of months. Would I do it? Probably. But that's only because I'm thick-headed and stubborn. And when it comes to Trudeau, I'll shoot myself in the foot just to piss him off. I will hurt myself if it'll hurt him more. That's how much I hate this man. So would I do it? Probably, yeah. Would a lot of other guys? No. They just don't have the funds stored up or saved to do that kind of thing. Am I in the 905 semis? No, I'm not. I will check it out. It is a place for you. Is that an insult or is that a compliment, Curtis? Donald, you're right. And that's where they want us. They want us living paycheck to paycheck, statement to statement. Unfortunately, a lot of us are. Justin Trudeau is like in a long-term STD. You know what, Robin? I've never heard that. That's a really good description of him. James, I didn't vote for Trudeau the first time he came in. Okay? I saw through his bullshit and his plan, and I saw right through it. That little cocksucking fucker, he got voted in because he promised to legalize pot. And he did. He did. He legalized weed, but that's why he got fucking elected the first time. Why don't we ever see our first lady? In Canada? I think that there, I don't know if she's a first lady in Canada, but Trudeau's wife, I don't think she wants anything to do with him. If okay, all the ladies on here right now, Debbie and anybody that's a lady on here, if you were married to Trudeau, if your husband, or if you were married to Trudeau, madly in love, had a beautiful family, your husband's the prime minister, truckers roll into Ottawa and he did this. Would you still be married to him now? Would you be married to this asshat? How many women would have dumped his ass, divorced him, and said, get lost? I'm not even a woman and I'd have divorced him. I'm not a truck driver, but as a mechanic, the wages are shit for us as well. But I'm sure you guys only see the shop rates. We do. You know what? you're right, we do. We roll in, I'll be honest with you, when I roll into a shop, when I roll into Freightliner, or if I roll into Volvo or Kenworth, whatever truck I own, the first thing I'm looking for is that board and the shop rate. I don't give a fuck if you got the best mechanics in the world. I want to know what that shop rate is. Unfortunately, you guys are underpaid as well. Curtis, it was a good move. It was a good move to legalize it. I got no qualm with that. But he based his fucking election win on it. Okay? And then that got him elected, and then everything went downhill from there. Yeah, well, they steal our money, want all our freedom, and are still miserable because they can't break us. That's a very good point. Very good point. In the 50s in the USA, people just drive to the highway and shut down. They didn't block traffic. They just parked on the shoulder for miles and miles and miles. It worked. Well, no, if we did something like that, we don't need to impede traffic. Okay, we don't need to impede traffic. All we need to do is shut the trucks down. Shut them down. Don't deliver our freight. Stop the economy. 3 days will cripple the economy. 4 days will devastate it. In Canada. Okay? When gas stations will run out of gas after a day. Grocery stores, Walmart, fucking all these places, by 2 days, their shelves will be empty. So could you imagine by the 3rd day, they're crippled. 4th day, they're devastated. You know? Justin and Jagmeet are bro lovers. Agreed. Again, I have no love for Trudeau. I have no love for Jagmeet. Either one of them. They're both... When you think of NDP and you think of Liberals, it's all the same shit. It really is. It's all the same shit. The Liberals and the NDP are all one. That's why the PCs, that's why they can't win, because the Conservatives probably could put enough votes if it was just against the Liberals. There's enough Liberals in the back benches that are probably would back down and would not always fucking vote. But when you add the NDP and anything that Trudeau wants to do, the NDP is going to back. The Conservatives don't have a fucking chance. There's not enough of them. They're done. So anything the Conservatives table, the Liberals just squash it because they know the NDP is going to back them. So anything Trudeau wants to do. And like I've said before, I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall in the backroom deal that was made when Jagmeet fucking joined forces with Trudeau. When we had that vote of confidence or no confidence or whatever you want to call that. I would have loved to know what Trudeau promised him. It must have been good. Whatever the hell it was. Because if Trudeau says jump, Jagmeet starts fucking jumping. Brian, you should run for MP in your area. I don't know if I would want to go into politics. I wouldn't do well. I wouldn't do well because I would talk in politics like I talk here. And there's just, it's unacceptable. It would be on an unacceptable level, at an unacceptable level. When was the last time you heard a politician say fuck in public? Or could you imagine if I was standing in the House of Commons and I'm looking over at Trudeau and go, listen here, you douche canoe, answer the fucking question. Could you imagine that? And I don't know if I could control myself. I don't know if I could contain the anger and the frustration that I have with the Liberals and the NDP. I'm not built like that. NDP is just about communism. Dude, take a look around. What do you think? The Liberals are just about communism too. Right? Fucking Trudeau, if he has his way, this will be a state-run country. We will all be, every province will be state-run, meaning the government, you will own no property, you will have no possessions, your job will not be, everybody will make the same amount of money, there will be an equal wage for everybody. Boom, period. Everything will be state-run, it'll be like North Korea. If Trudeau has his way, that's what we're looking at. We're looking at Canada, North Korea. And it's not just NDP. It's NDP, Liberal. And that's, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. It's so sad. It really is. Like China. Somebody should make a movie about this. Tahara, I agree. I tell you what, you go for it. It's coming and he's trying hard. Well, he is. He is trying very hard. He is trying very hard. And this is something I want to warn you guys about. Keep an eye on all the little things that he keeps slipping through. Right? The little bills. I think I said this a while ago. It's not the big ones. He's never going to hit us with big change because we're all going to jump out of our seats and go, fuck you. And then he's going to have a fight. He doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to fight us. What he's doing is Bill 100, C-15, Bill this. But they're little ones. And he's slipping them through. And they get slipped through. Patrick is right. There you go. Plus the 72 hidden bills he's passed. He's putting them through in small increments. But in, say, 2 years or 18 months or whatever, all those little bills are going to add up to that big one we were just talking about, that we jump up and go, fuck you, but it'll be too late. You can't jump up and fuck you because they're already through. And that's what he's doing. He's taking us apart one little piece at a time. And when he does it that way, the mass population doesn't notice. The odd person picks it off here and there and they go, hey, wait a minute, but nobody listens to them. And that's what sucks. All of the little ones are getting passed through, and eventually, we're all going to get ass raped. There's no softer way to say that. We're going to get ass raped. And it doesn't matter. And here's the thing. Let's just say when Trudeau comes up for the next election comes up and the Conservatives come in, do you really think Poilievre is just going to turn around and undo every single thing and every single bill and every single everything that the Liberals did? It would be impossible. Bassmatic, I remember that very vividly. I never saw her while she was down there, but I went looking for her. Dara and I went looking for her. I wanted to talk to her. I really did. And yes, it did go viral. There was. And from what I understand, she was reprimanded heavily. You know what? Saskatchewan Heavy Haul, that's a hell of a statement. And you know what? I can see what you're saying there. I really can. The best thing happening in this country right now is the high fuel prices. It's waking up the population to the ridiculous policies. Yeah, it is. I'm actually thinking. You see smoke? There is smoke coming out of my ears. I'm actually thinking about that statement. I can agree with that. I can. Patrick, with a $2,000 universal income, you'll be able to afford food, gas, and your cell bill. $2,000, I can't afford. Well, food, gas, and your cell bill. I'd have to have 12 people living in my house. Most people voted for Trudeau because he gives a lot of money away to immigrants. I got no problem with helping another country to immigrant or with immigration or like that. But before you lose your shit and go, what the fuck, Brian? But before you do that, take care of your own country first. Take care of Canada first. Let's take care of our vets. Let's take care of our homeless. Let's take care of our education system. Let's take care of our political, the way our politics is run. Let's take care of all that. Let's spend all the money on that. And then if there's anything left over, sure, let's help out somebody else. But you don't throw $35 million that you don't even fucking have. You don't throw that at a bunch of, at another country and say, here you go, buy whatever you want or fix yourself with that. That $35 million would easily help out all of us. Now, I don't mean us as in you and me, but I mean, it would help our homeless, our fucking veterans, our education systems, our blah, blah, blah. Well, here's a question, and this is something that I was talking to a friend of mine about today, and we were just discussing it. Trudeau is bringing immigrants into this country at a record rate. We all agree that, right? He's bringing immigrants into this country at a record rate. So, and this is just crazy shit that goes through my fucking head, okay? Why is he doing this? Well, what's happening, and this is, again, crazy shit in my head, he's bringing these people in, all these immigrants in, and he's looking like the savior. Oh my God, he's saving us. Right. So they come into the country, they get their free shots, they're getting money, they're getting housing, they're getting everything, but in return, what's Trudeau getting? He's getting their vote. He's getting their vote. The prick is actually spending our tax money on them to get their votes for him. We, as Canadians, are spending are having our money spent buying votes for Trudeau. That's just what I think. Okay, that's just, I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but that's just what I've been able to piece together watching what's going on in the world around me. He's buying their votes. They're going to come in and think he's the greatest shit since sliced bread, and there you go. James, liberals have always done that. Yeah, but they've never done it in such a grand scale. How many what's the number at now for Ukrainians that he's imported? He's coming off looking like a savior, that he's saving these people from a war-torn country, but he's actually fucking bringing them in here, not because he fucking thinks, oh yes, I'm going to help you people. No, he's going, you people are going to help me, and this is how we're going to do it. Greg, I don't know if you're right. That would not surprise me. Derek hit the nail right on the head. NWO, baby. New World Order. He's putting the whole country, he's setting us up. It's like a chess game. And he's moving all the pieces around the way he needs to get it done. And boom, it's coming. Those dip crappers? Debbie, did you really say that? Those dip crappers? Those dip crappers are getting rich. How? Because they are using our money to buy their crap. They ain't really giving it all out. That's only a fraction. Okay. Debbie, you're no longer allowed to try and swear. So from now on, just swear, please. We can't have dip crappers on my channel. No dip crapping allowed. Cliff, you think the same thing's going on there, eh? Yeah, Curtis, I got family that lives in Quebec and in just outside of Montreal and Vaudreuil, and they are in bad shape. That whole province is in bad shape financially. My family at the earliest convenience is going to leave Quebec. They're coming back to Ontario. They're out of there. They just can't live a good life. Now, how good they're going to do in Ontario? I told them to just drive right on through and go right out to Alberta. If you're going to stay in Canada, you might as well just keep on going and go right out to Alberta. Debbie, you're right. It is all over the world, not just Canada, the US. But you know what? I can't deal with what's going on in Europe or in Southeast Asia or in Asia. I can only deal with what's going on around me in Canada and partially into the US because I have to work in the US. So that's what I focus on. I hate it. I hate it. You guys fucking think. You guys fucking think, okay? If any of you are my age or older and you have kids that are, my oldest is 30, my youngest is 20, okay? If you have kids anywhere in that age bracket, think about what we're leaving them. Our generation, what's going to be left for them when I'm dead and long and gone and my kids have inherited the country, what the fuck shape are they going to be in? And this is what's going on in our term. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Yeah, that's what I'd say. If you're looking for economic, maybe a little more economic security, you go to Alberta. If you've got economic security and you can get, you can afford to live cheaply and everything, go to Saskatchewan or Manitoba. If you need to get into a province and you need to make money and earn big, you have a better chance in Alberta. Where you can depend on mainstream media anymore to tell you the truth. Mainstream media does not tell you anything that's the truth. Okay, it's unfortunate, but both my grandfathers are alive, but my grandfathers used to be the old timers. They'd sit there and read their newspaper, and then at 6 o'clock, the TV came on and they had their TV tray and they'd be eating their dinner, watching the 6 o'clock news. And then, if they managed to stay awake, they'd be watching the 11 o'clock news. And back in those days, it was fairly truthful, consistent, and world events. Nowadays, no. We all know that Global, CTV, City TV, fucking the National, all of the Canadian major networks all depend on federal government funding to stay in business. So who's calling the shots? The federal government. There's not a single president of a single communications network or TV company, TV network, news network. There's not a single president that's going to cross the federal government. Why? Because they'll get their funding pulled. I would imagine it's probably the same in the States. Patrick, yeah, news is good to know the opposite of the truth. If you want to hear some really good amalgamated bullshit, fucking watch Canadian news. Really, watch Canadian news. Man, you'll hear some of the greatest bullshit you've ever fucking heard. MSM keeps telling me to check my tire pressure. I got a feeling, I can't speak on, because I think the two biggest news networks in the States are what? CNN and Fox, right? I got a feeling that, both of them, even though one's left wing, one's right wing, I would imagine that at some point or another, they've got government funding coming to them as well, at some sense, at some level. So they're not going to cross too much. even if they don't have government funding, the ownership of those channels is politically, whoever the owner of Fox is, or whoever the owners of CNN are, at one level or another, they're going to be swayed politically by a political person, and that sucks balls. It would be nice if politics could stay out of the fucking news. Let us report on the politics, but the politics shouldn't run the news. That's communism. That's China. That's fucking North Korea. That's a shame. That really is. When the politics run the news channels to tell you what you're going to do and what you're going to see, now you might as well call that brainwashing. That's what that is. You're being brainwashed. Because you're hearing exactly what they want you to hear, and you're hearing it night after night after night after night. You hear it fucking 200 nights in a row, you're going to start fucking believing it. I've stopped news, TV, radio, newspapers since 1998. Well, I can't say that I've done that, but I have not watched a single newscast. Like I've not sat down and watched the 6 o'clock news, probably since the convoy. I refuse. I won't give. It's like YouTube. I won't give them the view. I'm not giving them that view. I refuse. Not doing it. Well, Cliff, that's exactly what they did. They called us criminals when we didn't agree with them. They called us criminals when we were in Ottawa. They criminalized everything we did. And then if you turn around when they were doing the rallies and everything in Niagara and everything, and they passed that, what was it, C100, not C100, Bill 100 or whatever it was. I can't remember now. I'll go back and find out. Where they made it criminal to have a rally. They made it illegal to have a protest. You know? And if you had a protest, and if it was something that they didn't agree with and something they didn't like, or you said something wrong, they could charge you, or they could arrest you, take you away, take your possessions, take your car, and they didn't even have to fucking charge you with nothing. What country does that? What fucking country does that? China does that. Again, North Korea does that. The old Russia used to do that. Canada now does it. If all of us watching and talking right now all got together tomorrow, marched up Wellington Street with our signs going, hell no, we won't go, I guarantee you there's 45 of us in here, 44 of us would be in jail. One of you fuckers might be fast enough to outrun him and get away. Tell you what, Bassmatic, you call Rogan and give him my name. I'll go talk to him anytime. Yeah, Wizard, you can't protest on anything. And here's the thing. There's no gray area, or there's no black, everything's gray. You can't do this. You can't. It's whatever they decide at the moment. Dude, we could be out there protesting the fact we don't want our women wearing purple panties. That's our protest. They don't need anything else. If they don't like it and they don't like what we're saying, fuck you, you're done. They can put you in jail now and they don't have to charge you. What happened to due process? If you want to arrest me, if you want to put me in jail, you need to arrest me first. You need to charge me with a crime, arrest me, and then I get to go to my day in court and get my lawyer and blah, 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 blah. There's none of that now. They don't have to charge you. They arrest you, put you in jail, and then they all sit in a room, light a cigarette, have a fucking drink, and go, okay, guys, what are we charging this fucker with? Bob, what do you think? Purple panty charging? Okay, write that down, Mary. That's what they're gonna do. Who wrote that? Wizard. Yeah, exactly. It's an interpretation of the law. What it is, it's called fantasizing. They just fucking sit there and they can come up with whatever they want. Why? Because they slipped a bill through and we didn't do anything about it. And that's what I was talking about. They're slipping these little teeny bills through that nobody's fucking seeing. And next thing you know, this is what's happened. This is the position we're in. James, you know what? It did. I follow not a lot, but I follow a couple other channels that were a direct result of that convoy. And that convoy did a lot of good for the YouTube community, for especially the trucking community. I agree with that. Wizard, we should all be taught law in high school. Yes and no. If you're taught law in high school, eventually the government's going to go, hey, wait a minute here. We can't have these fuckers growing up to be smarter than us, and we're going to be taught whatever law they want us to be, whatever version of the law they want us to learn. You're never going to, I'm not going to say you're never going to win, but it's just, it's always going to be an uphill battle. You're always going to be swinging. And you can't stop. The minute you stop, they'll knock you on your ass. Curtis, I'm not scared for my future, but I'm scared for my kids and grandkids. Well, Curtis, unfortunately, you're the age of some of my kids, and I'm worried for you. I am. Like, for example, I've got kids, you know, that are, I've got, you know, one of my kids is still in college. When my kids right now, for example, go to buy a house, go to get a good job, finish their schooling and go get jobs. Some of my kids have college educations and they can't get fucking jobs in the fucking field that they're supposed to be getting, that they went to college for. They can get a job for 15 or 16 bucks an hour. That sucks, man. Bassmatic, you ask Rogan whatever you want. I don't care. Sure, do whatever you want. Oh. Looks like Zach pulled into Kingston. Oh, there he is there. I got a text and a message. Pulled into Kingston by the heroin's balls. Yeah, I just looked at it, Zach. Nice. You still had 50 minutes. You could have made it to Mallorytown, dude. History always goes in cycles. I agree. 80% of the world's money was printed within the last 3 months. We need to go to the gold standard.
You see Zach's question?
Hey?
You see Zach's question?
Did I see Zach's question? Hold on.
He's basically.
Hey, Brian, I just pulled into the Husky in Kingston. What is the... Yeah,
you got it.
Yeah, I just saw that.
I had that too. What does that mean? Because I don't even.
What is the off-duty clock for? As I had a warning. Off-duty violation. I'll send you a screenshot. Canada South. How many hours did you take off last night, Zach?
I had that too. Counted down. Then it was off duty.
I don't know. You guys got to learn how to fucking operate your logbooks. I'm an honest owner operator. Okay, I'm honest. I run a clean logbook, man.
Yeah. When do you cross the border at Mexico?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know why after it counts down.
Fuck. Yeah. You guys don't even need me. Just keep going, talking amongst yourselves. PGF. Hello, Brian. Hope you and beloved family are safe. Are you planning on going to Ottawa to join support? If I'm home, yes. I think I will be home. And so, yes, we are. Yeah, Zach, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is there. I see that. And I see the violation. I don't know what the problem is. I'm sorry, I don't know. It's showing you you're on Canadian hours, 70 hours, 7 days. I don't know what the violation would be. The only thing I could think of is you didn't take enough time off because you have now your 8-hour clock, or if you're in Canada, you can take 8 hours off. In the US, it's 10. But if you're in the US and you cross into Canada, you can take your 8. If you started today in Canada or whatever, and it's now you have from midnight to midnight. So you can't do it from like 10 o'clock at night until whatever the next morning. It's so screwed up. I'm not 100% sure because I don't run my clocks like that. I try my best now. I hate to say this, but to run my truck as a 9 to 5er. So I don't drive late into the evening and I don't start too early in the morning. So I don't have any problem with that. We have 77 ounces of gold owed by Canadians, by Canadian government. Trudeau sold the last of it. We have nothing. We've got private Canadian citizens that have more than 77 ounces of gold. $77 ounces of gold will build 100,000 computers. Yeah. Or maybe 500,000 cell phones. Can't do that with an EV. I hear you, Bean. Now let's see it. Man, I think you know what? I think you and Robin should get a room. Will? You and Robin should go get a room.
He can't afford me.
Robin, Will says you can't afford them.
What did he say?
Curtis, I have a buddy that ran southern Montana to London, Ontario in 20 hours. He did that nonstop, good old paper logs. Dude, we used to do a lot of things on paper logs that we couldn't even imagine doing today. It's funny when you get a couple of guys that used to run paper back in the day, and they're standing around talking, and there's a couple of newer guys that have never run paper, right? They've only got their licenses, so e-logs is all they know. And then you talk about stuff like that, and they go, well, how did you do that? And it's like, paper. We used to run paper. We have nothing to back up the Canadian bonds. Well, I don't own any Canadian bonds. I was never in my life fucking stupid enough to buy Canada savings bonds. And if you did, cash them in. And if you take them at a loss, take the fucking loss. The day will come, that bond will be worthless. Who loves pierogies? Robin's giving out free pierogies? Dude, you don't want to know what I'll do for free pierogies. The list is pretty short of shit I'll do for fucking free pierogies. Canada savings bonds were 8% when I was 12. You know what? I'm not 100% sure what they were when I was a kid. I know that they're not worth shit today. It's not worth buying Canada savings bonds. What is it? 1%? 1.5%? Something stupid like that. Fuck, man. You can walk into any bank these days and get a high interest savings account. Fucking do better than 1.5%. I wouldn't touch a Canada savings bond. First of all, because it's backed by the Canadian government. Have a good night, Patrick. We'll talk to you later. We're going to be next week. We're going to be back on Saturday, I think. Yeah, Saturday. Yeah, Wizard, 8% was crazy. But that's back then when fucking interest rates were fucking 20%. You'd buy a fucking house and your mortgage rate would be fucking 18 or 19%. Imagine what you're paying on your credit card now. Imagine having that on a house. That's insane. When Trudeau says he has your back, he's meaning in your back. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He is the K knife in your back. Yeah. Yeah. I've said it 100 times now, and like I said, I wouldn't save the man if he was drowning in my pool. The only way I'd save him would take my foot off his head. Not a chance in hell. If he died tomorrow and there was a great big fucking, what do you call that, state funeral or fucking federal government funeral for the man, I wouldn't even fucking pay attention to it. I'd go to work and drive my truck and wouldn't give in a fucking second thought. Yeah, Passmatic. 86, you cashed in your Canada savings bonds. Was a good move in retrospect. I agree, brother. Absolutely agree. 86. On 88, 86, I'd have been 16. Strap him on a flatbed and bring him to the USA. The smallest load, 175 pounds, the biggest relief. Dude, I wouldn't even strap him down. Tell you the honest truth, I wouldn't even strap him down. I'd bungee cord him to the deck. I'd ungovern my truck. I'd run that thing up to about 120 miles an hour. Blow the motor clean out of her, but I'd blow him right off the deck. He'd be a fucking smudge on an interstate in a U.S. highway. And I'd be happy doing it. I'd be happy doing it. I wouldn't give it a second thought. Not a second thought. Yeah. Put him in a Mexican prison. There you go, Curtis. Put him in a Mexican prison. Yeah. Then put a recording device in there and listen to that. Oh my God. I'd love to see him get ass raped by a bunch of fucking pygmies. Some jungle pygmies that have never seen a fucking white man in their lives. I'd drop them in that forest and I'd just sit there and watch. Cashed my bonds in 92 to go traveling. You know what? I'll be honest. I never, ever, ever owned Canada Savings Bonds. I never did. I always had RSPs or RESPs when I was young, or RSPs or T-bills, GICs, that kind of shit. Never had Canada Savings Bonds. I didn't like the fact that I was supporting, even back then as a young man, I never liked the fact that I was giving the government my money. The motherfuckers take enough of it. Why would I fucking give it to them for a shitty interest rate? Him trying to blackface and blend in. Well, I think they'd even see through that. Volcanoes. The good thing, Debbie, about volcanoes is there'd be no evidence left over. There'd be no DNA trace of him. There'd be nothing left of him on the planet, right? There wouldn't be a single trace of DNA of him left if you dropped him into a volcano. I'd happily take the murder charge if we were in a helicopter and the door was open and we were flying over a volcano as a sightseeing tour and Trudeau was on there. I'd kick that cocksucker off the fucking helicopter right into the lava and then take the murder charge. And then I'd expect all of you to throw my bail. I wouldn't be asking you. I'd be expecting you to. All of yous. I better get the Order of Canada. I'd be doing the country a service. Telling you. The man doesn't deserve to breathe. He does not deserve to breathe the air that we breathe. Wizard, you want the charge, that's fine, but I want to kick him out the door. Yeah. We could probably sit here all night coming up with fucking devious plans for this man to die. We could probably get creative as hell. We really could. But one way or another, fuck. Hope he dies. Hate his guts. The man doesn't deserve to breathe the air we're breathing. He doesn't deserve to live in the country that we live in. He doesn't deserve the privilege that he has to lead us as a country. He doesn't deserve it. Yeah, but Wizard, if we're all in jail and he's gone, at least we're all hanging out together. I'll bring the iPad. We can YouTube it from in there. What the hell? We're going to be goddamn heroes in jail. We'll be fucking martyrs. You kidding? Curtis. All right. Prepare for 3 a.m. police raids. Come and get me. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. The cops want to knock on my door and arrest me because I wish somebody was dead. I don't give a fuck. I wish he was dead. Patrick. Parliament in French means parlement. Talk and lie. I don't know a lick of French. You probably know better than me with a last name of Dumont. So I don't have a clue. But let's get... I believe at you. Let's get creative on what you're doing to Dar tonight. Sorry for the wet spot, Will. Hate speech. Whatever. I guarantee you this right now. Anything that I've said here tonight about Trudeau, there are people out there that have said fucking 500 times worse than me. So if they want to knock on my door because I said I hate the man and wish he dies, knock yourself out. I'm not threatening him. I'm not saying I'm going to his house to kill him. I'm not saying anything like that. I just wish he was dead. Hey, Brian, wanted to know what the biggest mistake you made as a new driver when you first started driving. Honestly, the biggest mistake was thinking I fucking knew it all. Ego. Thinking I knew it all and I didn't listen to people that knew more than me and that were trying to help me. I could have saved myself a lot of time, money, heartache, and headache if I'd have been more open to suggestion and been willing to listen to people who had done this longer and better than me. That's the biggest mistake I made. It's not hate speech, it's Canadian love speech. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Curtis, you just stand on the outside and watch us all? We're going to need you. We're going to need you from the outside, so you just stay out there. My biggest mistake is not setting myself up for a CDL at 18. You're 22, dude. Start now. You can still got time to have a long, glorious fucking a long and glorious career. Guys, doesn't the thousands of dead cattle in Kansas look like something suspicious? Dude, why are all these huge conglomerate companies and rich individual people buying up all the farmland, all the cattle, all the wheat fields? All the farmers and all that shit they don't even know who they're selling their property to. They're selling it all off to the WEF, or all the sponsors of the WEF. They're selling off all this fucking farmland. Why? Anybody know? I don't know 100%, but I'm going to say they're selling it all off and it's being bought up by the WEF. Why? Because a big starvation is coming. The cattle, 1,000 head of cattle being wiped out. That wasn't fucking, one little disease did not kill 1,000 head of cattle. Something happened there. Crops being wiped out all of a sudden. This farmer's whole crop, his whole fucking season's crop got wiped out. Fuck off. Give me a break. That just doesn't happen. Especially in this day and age. Okay, there's just way too many things going on here. And that's what it is. They're wiping out cattle. They're wiping out food sources. Why? Because we need to eat. And if we don't have the food, we're going to eventually get to a point where we're going to have to take what they offer us. And once they do, they got you. We're fucked. Bill Gates is buying it up. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Bill Gates, where did I read that? I think he's like the number 2. Like Schwab is number 1. And Gates is like number 2 or 3. Like there's a whole, Schwab, then this guy, then this guy, then this guy, all the way down like this. But Gates is up there on the top with Schwab. He's either Schwab's left-hand jerker or his right-hand jerker, one or the other. But that's what they're doing. That's what Gates is doing. Basmatic, I agree. It does happen. But not that many not that many will happen. You might hear about a farmer fucking wherever you live, he might lose a crop because of, for example, like you said, like standing water or something like that. But does Farmer Bob lose a crop? And Farmer Bill and Farmer Joe and Farmer Mary and Farmer Susan? There's too many. It's not happening by accident. It's not nature resetting itself. Something's wrong here. You don't drop 1,000 head of cattle on a virus. Okay? They will catch a virus. Cattle, especially with cattle and with pigs, a virus will start and they will generally catch it and segregate and separate before that virus can run through 1,000 head of cattle. Agenda 2030. Yeah, actually, Dar said that today. We were, funny how everything that we're talking about tonight, I've had the same conversations with a bunch of different people, including Dar, at different points today. 2030 is supposed to be the Great Reset, is when they're looking at. 2,000 cattle died due to high humidity and 105 temperature. Right. 2,000 cattle died due to high humidity and 105 temperature. Okay, you know what? I'm not a cattle farmer. I'm telling you what I think, and I'm telling you what in my head makes sense, and what doesn't make sense. What the fuck? I'm not a fucking cattle expert. What the fuck do I know? All I can say is when I see this happening and this happening and this happening and this happening and this happening, you know, if it's one, I can believe it's an accident. If it's two, okay, maybe it's a coincidence. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not a fucking chance in the world. Not a chance in the fucking world. I'm not going to believe that. Notice how there's no soil on the land these dead cattle are on. It's literally a dust bowl. You know what? If they want to drop 1,000 head of cattle, drop them out on a fucking field or drop them out on a patch of land where there's nothing to eat. 105 degrees, no water, no food, they're going to die. Fuck, you and I would die. So the Antichrist is Schwab. He's something. 2,000 head of cattle usually don't drop dead at the same time because of heat stroke. Yeah. Yeah. If you've got 2,000 head of cattle, chances are that's a decent sized herd. Chances are you're a facility or a farm that has the ability to water them, feed them, transport them. You're not going to leave 1,000 or 2,000 head of cattle out on a dirt patch and go, oh, fuck, I'll come back next Thursday and see how they're doing. You know, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Robin, I'm not reading that. Fuck, man. Yeah, Cliff, you're right. That's what I'm saying. If it was one field or one crop that died, okay, 2, coincidence. Fucking 5, 6, no, there's no coincidence. There's something going on. I'm not a farming cop, and I'm not an agriculturist. I'm not anything like that. But even I can fucking see this. And now thousands of head of cattle are dropping dead. Poultry is dropping dead. Pork is dropping dead. Fuck off. I'm not a religious person or anything like that. So it's not like I'm going to sit there and say, well, God just parted the fucking clouds and went, okay, you're done. No. Derek, it's all linked. It's all linked. The crops dying and getting wiped out, and the multiples the fucking, the herds of cattle dropping dead. It's all linked. And what I don't fucking get is these guys think we're stupid enough that we can't piece this shit together. I'm some dumb fuck sitting in my garage in fucking Canada, and I can fucking probably figure this out if you gave me enough time. I could put this and piece this together and track it and trace it and come up with something. And these assholes are doing this, and they think that we're not gonna fucking notice? I don't get it. If MSM tells you the cause, be skeptical. Well, I'm not going to believe anything I hear from any fucking mainstream. That's not going to chance it. Not going to happen. All of our production companies here in the States are catching on fire. The meat packaging plants to produce, etc. Dude, I'm telling you, it's everywhere. You think I look good in red? Well, like I said, the only reason I'm wearing red is one of my daughters got me this for Father's Day. So I got a new concert shirt, so I had to wear it. I'm usually not a red guy. I don't do the red shirts. But in this case here, this one actually looks good. So I'll be wearing this one around. I like it. I like it. Production facility. They said build back better. Yeah, bullshit. And next is the homeless. They were too strong for the pandemic. Yeah, man, I don't want to see what's next. I really don't. I don't want to see what the next step is. I can probably, like I said, I can probably patch all this together and probably come up with it myself of what the next step is going to be. Fuck, I just don't want to see it. Believe me. Before you build back, you have to destroy all. You need your booster. No, I'm not taking a booster. I don't need a booster. Watch the last sci-fi movie. It'll show the future. Sorry. Cliff. What'd you say there, Cliff? How did the homeless survive the pandemic? How? Their immune systems are so goddamn strong from being homeless and living on the streets. Their fucking immune systems are bulletproof. Yeah, I did. I'm not proud of it, Derek. I'm not proud of the fact that I broke down and had to get the second shot. But I did. And I had to do, I regardless of what anybody else says, I had to do it because I have to go to work. I have to drive my truck and I have to be able to cross the border. I'm at a financial point now where I cannot sustain myself doing what I'm doing. And if I go any farther, I'm going to be in deep shit. So financially, and that sucks because I lost the battle. My battle was with, the government or with the thing, again, with the man or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I had no choice. I lost that battle and I had to get the shot. I agree. That's what they're doing. They're forcing us into this. You're right. And now they're talking about the third, right? What, next month or something like that. They want to start they're going to start making us have a third shot. And then they're talking about you're going to have a yearly shot, like a flu shot. Fuck, man. It's never going to end. Now that it's started and the ball is rolling, that ball ain't stopping anytime fucking soon. I'm telling you right now. Okay, the ball is rolling and it ain't stopping. Basmatic, If it was 1 plant or 2 plants, I might say, yeah, but it's too many. It's too many. You can't sink a country because of mass stupidity. That's what that would be. Lost experience or expertise or experience? I don't know. I don't think so. Kids mandated to be vaxxed for school. You know what? I'm sorry if you've got kids that are of that age that are in school and you know what, you guys are having to live with those decisions. Luckily for me, my kids are grown up and you know what, they're old enough to make the decisions themselves. And whether they got their shots or didn't get their shots, I respect either decision that they made and did not try to sway them either way. They're adult children and you know what, I have to respect that. Am I happy if they got the shot? No. Do I wish that they couldn't? They didn't? Yeah. They're still my kids and I love them, so. Well, it's coming, Patrick. You're right. You're right. There will be a new variant. Have you ever noticed that everything goes along fine? We get the first shot. Everything's fine for a while. And then all of a sudden, another variant comes out. Panic goes up. The people lose their shit. A second shot comes out. You go get that. Now they're going to want us to take a third shot. I guarantee you in the next fucking 6 weeks. What was the last one? Omicron? The next one's going to be fucking Megatron. And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a Megatron virus. You better go get that third fucking shot or you're going to die from the Megatron virus. Suck my dick, Trudeau. I'll pull it out and fucking jam it. You just fucking shut up. You are not fucking jamming a third shot in me. You're not jamming a third shot in my family. Nobody in my family will take that third fucking shot. Not a fucking chance in hell. And if this means that I can't cross the fucking border, fuck it. I will sell it all, take everybody I own or everybody I love, my whole family, and we'll fucking leave. Fuck you. A third fucking shot? Because if you take the third, you'll be fucking taking the fourth. Then you'll be taking the fifth. Then you'll be taking the sixth. Forget it. What's your fucking monkeypox? Fuck monkeypox. Trudeau is monkeypox. Trust the science. Brian, what's your best fast food burger? I hate to say this, Curtis, but I'm a Harvey's guy. I love a fucking double burger with bacon and cheese from Harvey's. Lettuce, tomatoes, pickles, extra pickles, chipotle sauce, and a little bit of mustard. Done. Trust Big Brother. I am the big brother in my family. I only have a little brother. I don't have anybody to trust, and I'm not trusting Big Brother. Fuck that. Not a chance in hell. Nope. Clifton, my girlfriend's brother caught COVID. We went to the hospital. He asked them, can you tell me what kind I have? They said, oh, well, we can't tell you that there's no way to know. Go figure. Give me a fucking right. Give me a break. They don't know what kind you've got, but they know you've got it. For all you know, you had the fucking flu. You had a sniffle and a sneeze and now all of a sudden you've got COVID. You better go get a shot. Nope. Fuck off. Wendy's are too greasy, man. Wendy's is too greasy. You eat a Baconator at Wendy's, you look at the wrapper that it's sitting on. There's a fucking puddle of grease in there I could lube my truck with. Wendy's is way too greasy. COVID has the same symptom. Yeah, it's funny, eh? Wizard, you're right. You ever notice influenza disappeared? Gone. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Derek. Yet they knew who had it and who had the flu. Yeah, give me a break. Curtis, I was real sick November 19, 2019 with something in my lungs and with my asthma. I could not breathe at all. I almost went to the hospital. 2019 was before COVID. You're right. Tahara, you're right. They're trying to make us beg. Well, they're not trying to make us beg. They're trying to make us bow. COVID was here before patient zero. Curtis, you may well be fucking right on that one, man. You may well be right. How can they name these variants when they don't even know what kind you got? That's a good point, Cliff. If you go to the hospital and you got COVID and they can't tell you what variant you have, how do they even know you got it? Like I said, man, how do they even know you fucking got it? No. No faith. No fucking faith. Again, and a lot of the hospitals, hey Dolly, a lot of the hospitals, the doctors will not confirm or not confirm anything because they're too scared to death to open their fucking mouths. They're not going to open their mouths and say anything because if they do, I guarantee you that doctor making a couple $100,000 a year or whatever the fuck he makes, he'll be sweeping the floors of that same hospital a week later. They ain't saying shit. Again, government funding. Who funds the hospitals? Where does all their fucking major money come from? Fundraising, government fucking grants. Sad but true. COVID was patented in the early 2000s. There was a baseline for COVID back then. It was SARS. The COVID shot that we get, I'm not calling it a vaccination because it's not a fucking vaccination. A vaccination is when you get something and it eradicates whatever you're fucking suffering from. That's a vaccination. This is just a shot. It's a flu shot. And the baseline for the COVID shot is fucking from SARS. Fuck that. Well, you got Omicron and the Delta or whatever, and then they can't even tell you what the name of it is or what. So just shows that they're giving these variants just names, you know. I would not honestly be surprised one single bit if it's the same fucking bug. It's the same fucking, they're just throwing different names at it, calling it different shit to get you to take another shot. Bottom line. They did. Curtis, you're right. But did you notice that they increased the COVID numbers, but by doing that, with the number of COVID deaths, people were dying of COVID, but they weren't. But it was automatic. If you died of fucking cancer, okay, they were saying it was a COVID death. They weren't saying you died of COVID. They were saying, oh, that cancer patient got COVID and that contributed to him dying. Bullshit. I call fucking bullshit because the government fucking gave extra funding to every hospital that had a death related to COVID. A COVID related death got that hospital more fucking money. And that's what they did. The polio shot is a vaccination. COVID shot is not a vaccination. That's right. As I said, if you've got a polio vaccination, you will not get polio, or you should not get polio. But let's just say you will not get polio. You are vaccinated. You are protected. It is eradicated polio. This fucking shot doesn't do fuck all. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. That's all this is. the big shell. The hospitals received $48,000 fucking dollars. Sorry, I threw the fucking in there. You know, but I hope you don't mind me expanding on what you're typing there. The hospital received $48,000 for every COVID death. I don't know, bro. You could be right. I don't know what the dollar figure is, but you may well be right. It wouldn't surprise me one single bit. One single bit. It's funny how humans are the most powerful things on earth, and one bacteria can cripple the earth. Yeah. It's funny how we're at the top of the food chain, but we're at the bottom as well, eh? It was an inoculation, as they told, building the spread. Yeah, it's like for 2 years, everybody quit dying of anything but COVID. Yeah. You could live to be 101 and die of old age, but you died of COVID. Died of COVID. Why? Because they get $48,000 for every fucking COVID death. Derek, Curtis, it does not take much to take down big machines either. Weak link, warfare. That plane crash. Well, they all had COVID. That's how absurd all of it sounds. Yeah, you're right, Debbie. You're absolutely right. If a bridge is out and a train goes off the bridge and kills fucking 200 people on the train, well, you know what? They all had COVID. They did a service by dying. Yeah. Well, actually, they couldn't do that because they wouldn't know which hospital to fucking give the $48,000 to. That's just the way that is. I didn't know that, Pat. Suicides called COVID deaths in Quebec. I know that there was, in Ontario, I know that there was people that were diagnosed who were already previously diagnosed with depression that died, that committed suicide. They blamed COVID because of their depression that caused them to kill themselves. I heard that, but I didn't know that what you're saying there. Tahara, oh fuck Tara, you're absolutely right. Unvaccinated Ukrainians were brought into the country and then given the shot. And Trudeau's a fucking hero for saving them. Fuck you. Can't bring down an old Detroit powered truck, tell you that. You can bring down a lot of shit, but you won't take down an old Detroit. It's funny how we've only discovered 5% of the ocean and we've stopped exploring the ocean. What's down there? That's a damn good question. Curtis, if I ever become prime minister, I'll get you that answer. If I ever run for fucking politics, I'll get you that answer. They don't want you to know. Derek's right. Derek's right. They don't want you to know what's at the bottom of the ocean. I'd be willing to bet you the cure to every fucking disease that's killing people in the world is somewhere on this planet. They just don't want us to find it. They're letting illegals over the border in Mexico with COVID, and they're not making them get a shot. I didn't hear that. I don't know. But I want to know how many Ukrainians are coming over here. They're getting off of fuck. You're telling me that every single Ukrainian that comes over here is COVID free? I don't fucking think so. I don't think so. Oh, we got a bunch of fucking Wizards playing Jacques Cousteau. 80% of the oceans are empty. Most sea life lives along the coastlines. Dude, you're filling my head full of shit that I don't need to know. My brain's full. Now I had to push out a piece of information that might be useful to me one day to put that piece in. Yeah, I hear you, Robin. And we're going to be doing that shortly here. And they developed the shot. You know, we had this conversation a long time ago, and that's why I don't trust this shot. Okay? When you develop a cure or you develop a fucking medicine or anything like that, it takes years. It has to go through years of testing and trials and fucking, you know, money has to be spent on all of this shit. They pulled this out of their ass in under a year. Bang, they got a fucking cure. If you can break this down and have a cure for this or a shot for this in under a fucking year, and it's not just a goddamn milkshake, then you know what? Go find the cure to cancer. Go find me the fucking cure to Alzheimer's. Go find me the cure to something fucking AIDS. Go find me the cure to all of that. I'd rather have the cure to cancer or Alzheimer's before I want the cure to fucking COVID. But if you can fucking whip out a COVID cure in fucking however months that took, without the clinical trials and all that bullshit, not much lives at 5 kilometers deep. Just the Google servers can. A lot of people, you know, of course, when the vaccinations came out, nobody said shit. Go. We made this milkshake, wow, in a blender, put it in your arm, go. But we're not responsible for anything that happens to you. If you grow a tail, a third eye, another ear, your teeth fall out, we don't know what's going to happen to you because we didn't test it. But take it, but we can't be held responsible. Yeah. When you create the problem, it's easy to find the solution. But yet, Greg, they didn't find a fucking solution. There's no solution. There's not a cure. This vaccine or this shot we're taking, there's no cure. That's not a cure. It's not a fucking cure. Nobody's going to tell me in the world, or he's going to convince me, I don't care how good your fucking argument is, you're not going to convince me that this shot is any kind of a cure. It's nothing. This shot does fucking nothing. What does it do? All it does is lessen the symptoms if you get COVID. Most of everybody in this goddamn country has had fucking COVID. More than once. What's this fucking shot doing? I've had fucking COVID. Dude, I've had worse fucking hangovers than I felt with COVID. Jesus Christ. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, Cliff, that's another good one. Yeah, fluoride's good for you in the water. I don't give a fuck. You know what? My water comes out of a spring. It's natural. Comes right out of a fucking spring. There's no fluoride in my water. Don't give a shit. When you sell locks, you sell keys. Virus, vaccine. Yeah, but it's not a vaccine, Pat. Cliff, fucking, goddamn, that fucking turd nugget fucking Trudeau's had fucking COVID twice. He's got it right now. That motherfucker's probably had 29 fucking shots. He still fucking got COVID. And all he can do is, well, thank God I had that shot. Fuck off. The next shot he gets they should take that needle and put it in his dick. That's where he should get it. No, believe it or not, Cliff, I didn't. I'd love to be able to fall onto that and say, yeah, well, yeah, I got the shot, and a week later I got COVID, but no, I didn't. Totally separate, like fucking months apart. Oh yeah, we're all going to prison soon, my friends. Oh well. We're gonna go to prison. I haven't done nothing. Mind you, they don't need me to do something. They don't need us to do something to throw us in jail, so. Oh well. Well, guys, I'm gonna wind this down. I've had enough pop. I've had enough cigars. I gotta go inside and take care of some business. And I guess we will see you, what are we gonna do this? Saturday night next week? We're going to do this Saturday night next week, not Friday. Sorry, we had 2 back-to-back Fridays. Good night, Zach. We did 2 back-to-back Fridays, but I had plans and then plans again. So this week, next week, we're going Saturday night. So Wizard, good night. Pat, good night. The poor needle. Yeah. Good night, Derek. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. We will see you all next Saturday. You guys be safe on the road, eh? Be good. Talk to you later, Curtis.